All right. Hello, everyone. Today's going to be a mostly computer focused based day, unlike all the other days where we use computers. But no, today we're actually going to be doing mostly just work development stuff because we're going to be starting our first actual game for the e-reader because I want to make a game that runs on this thing by, swiping a barcode. So we're going to start that proper today. This is going to be the first thing or first time we really get into the development on the Game Boy Advance side. So I'm really looking forward to this. Now, I did bring everything to print codes. We're probably not going to do that too much. I want to print at least one code by the end of the day, no matter where we're at, as long as it like compiles and runs, just so that there is some kind of like physical record of how the game went. But we're going to work on this weekend, but I'm going to keep working on it throughout the next week. So my main goal for today is to get all of the basic structure of the game in place so that I can work on it throughout the week. So let's go ahead and just really get started on this because it's going to be all software from here. There's like nothing for me to show. So, all right, I get to sit on a stool for the next 4 hours and hunch over to type on stuff. So, oh no, I turned off the deck talk. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Alien Carl. Thank you for the tier 3 sub. Holy moly. Very much appreciate that. And for 24 months there. Thank you so much. Sorry the deck talk was off. Okay, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8. There we go. Okay, back problems in T-minus 4 hours. Yeah. Alrighty. So this is my laptop. I am not doing hard... Oh, no. I was going to say, I'm not doing hardware video capture. Wait, can you not see my mouse cursor? Oh. Oh, that's actually terrible. Oh. Okay, this is not going to work. Drat. I was doing remote desktop. No, that's not the mouse cursor. Okay. No, is not an OBS setting. So I'm using no machine. It is the wrong mouse cursor. Yeah, I'm using no machine in remote desktoping the laptop and then trying to capture that. Because I wanted a second monitor for this, which meant that I couldn't have HDMI capture. And for some reason, this thing wouldn't work over USB-C with this today. I know I used it over USB-C. Why is it not working? I literally had to do a BIOS update on this laptop to get USB-C to work. Okay. We're gonna fight with this a little bit more, I guess. Yay. Because I have to be able to do HDMI screen duplication, which also means I'm gonna have to reboot because now I'm gonna have to do UI scaling nonsense. Well, I don't know if the ATEM can take an HDMI or 4K video. Great. All right. Let's try out some stuff. Ugh. Great. Oh, part of the problem might be that it's backfeeding power into the laptop. Let me try disabling that. Okay. Well, back to this. Thanks, OBS. Back to this view for a moment. Okay.
Dragon 90 sub as tier 1 and says more area nation. End of line.
Neo Dragon 90, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and for 23, that's that one? 4, 16, 2, 3, 23. Thank you so much, Neo Dragon. Okay. Let's see. Those are not the curses you're looking for. Yeah, matter of fact, let me just shut off No Machine here, because now that's not useful. Need proper workstation. So I'm doing all of the development on my laptop at home, so it just makes sense. Bring the laptop here. It's not like I need a fancy computer to make GBA games, although this is a way more powerful computer than the other one. Really, yeah, I need a space to set up my laptop here. That's what I really need. I have not dedicated that because it's kind of insane how many like desk spaces and things that I have here. Like having one that's empty just for the laptop, kind of stupid. Okay, no power delivery. All right. And okay, let's go to video settings. You're gonna spill liquid on a laptop again? No, that never happened. I don't know what you're talking about. Laptop's fine. There's just one day I had a brilliant idea to turn it off really quickly and unplug the light bar. Need the fastest penny money can buy. I mean, that's a like G4400, isn't it? Technically. Let's see. Need Sonic motherboard. Yeah. See there. Now you're talking. No, that doesn't work in a laptop. So. Okay. Did I bump the power button on here? No. Okay. Good. All right. Come on. Switch to USB-C video. Come on. You know you want to do it. Just do it. I've done this before. I know you can. Oh my gosh. It's trying to drive me insane. Why? Disable cast, maybe? My phone's connected to it. That's what it is. Rip RGB? Yeah, right. Okay, hold on. Bluetooth off. Just straight up off. Okay. And then USB-C. Oh, that did, I swear that did something different. Okay. All right. Still not working. Yeah, so I guess I didn't even turn this camera on. It should be entirely possible to have this plug in via USB-C and then have it show up. Okay, this is the video connection one. Yes, so plug in, and then no. Yeah. Then I can tell it to go to C, and it still won't. Why? Let's go to NVIDIA control panel. NVIDIA. I'm like so ready today. I even brought the USB-C cable for the keyboard so that I don't have it disconnecting. X server settings, yada yada. Can I not pick display configuration? Okay, detect displays. Come on, man.
Candyphone lights up as Prime and says, end of line.
Kazuto, thank you for the Prime sub, and for 18 is that 18 months. Thank you so much. I might have to give up on the Type-C video stuff. Okay, do I have to give up on a second monitor entirely? I really want a second monitor for programming. Trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. This doesn't have to be out of focus. Type-C video works. I know it does. I've done it. Why is it not working right now? For giggles, I'll try a different C port. By different, I mean the other one. I tried to do that, DZAC, and it was horrible. Do I have another cable? I guess I could try another cable. I kind of bought this as like a really nice cable. Like, that one should work. If it doesn't, I'm actually more disappointed in it being a software thing. We'll use the exact one we use from my phone. Blame it on Windows Update? I'm okay with that. Here's why I really don't want to do... Oh my gosh. You know what? We're going to try OBS and NDI, because I, like, super-de-duper failed to start OBS NDI. Great, so that won't even work. Ugh! I know that the port matters. The one on the back is the port. Try rebooting. Do you somehow disable the mouse pointer? It's not the mouse pointer, no. It's literally not sending video over USB-C to this thing. That's the problem. That's the only thing that's going on right now. What was happening before is I was using remote desktop, no machine, to try and video capture the screen capture, the remote desktop capture on the streaming computer, but the performance was horrible. I mean, I can try and just reboot and see what happens, but I feel like if I'm going to reboot, I should at least do this, disable UI scaling, because we're on a path towards I'm just doing HDMI splitting again. I just really didn't want to do that for 4 hours. So hopefully your guys' days are going better than mine. You slept in. Computers, man. I look forward to an hour in when we actually get to programming and we finish all the technical problems. Keep getting reminded of the past, so it depends on how you feel about that. More recently, not as fond. Friday Night Fun right out late. Well, that's good at least. Cool, Poot. Good luck on that. Ah. Okay. Let's do this. Alrighty. And okay. This is me typing words and letters and things. Okay, there we go. Boop. Okay. Nope, no video. It's still nothing. Well, let me do this. Hold on. Go to C mode. Nope. Why? I swear this has worked before. I was so pleased with it working. Come on. What if I go to HDMI and then C mode? Dumb question. Can you use the HDMI primary monitor and laptop screen as secondary? I have no idea what you mean. I literally don't know what you mean. Okay, let me think about this. Hmm. Point camera at the screen as an alternative? Yeah, oh gosh, that'll just be great. The really terrible thing about that isn't like, oh, it's bad video quality. It's that the camera is in my way. I have to look around it every time. You want two displays. If you capture HDMI, you need it to be cloned. Yeah, it's weirder than that. No, 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 no. I don't want to look at this. Okay, I want like chat on here and web stuff for like doing researching, and then I want code and things over there. So what you guys see is on that. So I can't split this and have that be useful because I'm not looking at this thing for 4 hours. Okay, that's fine. It would be okay. There's nothing wrong with it, but that's better and bigger and easier to read. Ooh, I have a solution. I forgot this is an option because it's so dumb that I always forget it exists. One moment. I know I have one of these things. Where is it? Is it this? It's not that. I think I look for one of these like every other week, and I don't have it, and then I settle, and then it doesn't work. So let's find out which way it goes today. Why is that one there? I don't know. Well, that one's brand is Blue Rigger, so I'm gonna go ahead and not trust that. We're gonna go with this one instead. Okay. Okay. Alternative option. Pretend my laptop is a Mac. Boop. Okay. Now we have video capture, and I get to do where'd that cable go? This. Everything is HDMI. It's all good. Where'd the cable go? Here, cable, cable, cable. There it is. Come on. Eh. Let's not crack the laptop panel. Okay. It's not USB-C to HDMI. That would be like, that's what this should have been. It should have been working like that. Okay, hold on. Laptop screen needs to now be 1080p. It's better than, this is the other thing I hate. I have to scale this down to 1080p, which is super annoying because all my UI scaling gets weird. And I can do this. Apply. Okay. Keep. Okay. Haha. Perfect. Okay. But then I can press this button. Boom. There we go. The laptop has a mini display port out. I always forget that even exists because it's such a dumb connector. All right, problem solved ish. Okay. All right, we all good? I bumped the magnetic connector I have for HDMI. There's that. Okay. We've solved the USB-C problem by just avoiding it. MDP's cursed connector? Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Just turn this camera off because I don't need it for the next 4 hours. Alrighty. let me, excuse me, hold on, I'm gonna do this while I get everything back. Okay. Out of curiosity. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. All right. Have to remember that for when you forget next time. Yeah, no kidding. I should just leave it over there, and then I won't know where it is next time and I need it. All right. Here we go. Okay. Let's actually go over what it is we're working on. So let me pull out the GitHub repository here. Okay. So let me cover what our objective is today. Okay. So I'm making a game for the Game Boy Advance e-reader peripheral. All right. Now I don't have anything in the main README here on the repo, but I've set out all of our primary objectives to make a functional game. Now let me just go ahead and start this by make, clean, and make. All right. And then I'm going to run mgba. And of course, it starts over on that monitor because it always starts in the center of the leftmost monitor for some weird reason. Okay, we're going to run the e-reader ROM, and then I'm going to load my save game here. All right. So, new laptop workstation room. Yeah. There's the desk in the other room next to the rack of magazines. So the problem is I have to set up cameras and power and networking and all that stuff, and that is a huge pain in the butt. So, yeah. And video capture, too. Imagine trying to do all this. Well, I'm not 1 foot away from the actual capture device. So, anyway, let's do this. Video frame size, we're going to do 2x. Let's do 3x. Okay. So, I've spent a little bit of time working on this code already. One of the things that I've been doing is I've been trying to create placeholder graphics for everything so we can just kind of hit the ground running here on programming. So imagine actually getting a notification. Did I get a notification on here? I don't know. So what I can do is go here and run this. So this is the first part of the program that I wanted to like actually test running to understand how the back end of the game is going to work. So the basic premise of the game is going to be a side-scrolling spaceship shooter. All right, so you know, flying around R-type style. Okay, that's kind of the goal. Can I hide this and then scale this down more? Yeah. So the idea, the player will be flying around here, and then there will be enemy ships. All right. Let's not go with that one. Go with the light one here. So there will be enemy ships that spawn on the left. You shoot them. All right. And then that's basically the game there. Okay. There's a lot more complexities to make it good. But today, what we're most focused on is getting the ship into the game and controllable. And then the next step will be getting some kind of enemy processing so that an enemy is loaded into the game, and then trying to set up projectiles, you know, being able to shoot, and collisions. So our first objective, get the player ship in the game and make it movable. So that shouldn't be too hard. We've literally already got an example of this. I could just go to example project, make clean and make file, load temporary save game, boop, example project, this. So, so this is kind of the idea, but I want it to be a little bit more involved than the way that this works, which just has an X and a Y variable that it's constantly resetting the location of the sprite with. But we're going to get into all that. So let's close this for now and go back to here. And one of the things that I'm going to do that is always risky is I'm going to go to this. I'm going to grab this file and paste that there. That is the ROM for the e-reader that I have right here. That I dumped with my Nintendo DS, just saying all that stuff for the, you know, recording legal things. And then I can run make clean and make and mgba main.sh. .gba. So I'll have one command here to run everything if I go up here and source start. Okay, cd. All right. So the power-ups are going to be dynamic. So there are plans for how the power-ups will work here. The colors are not specifically set, but for weapons and power-ups, I have plans for everything. So if you want, you can go find this the README. But yeah, so they've been trying to learn 6502. So this is ARM, but it's through C, so you don't really, it doesn't matter. So reading, there's a bunch of assets in the e-reader ROM that you can use for games. So where did you read that from me? Because I literally wrote a program for that. So this is a program that I wrote that, nope, it's not this one, not that one. Hold on. System resources. Here we go. So yeah, here we can actually go through all of the resources that are built into the e-reader. I made a viewer for everything so that we could see all this stuff. The sprites are all just Pokemon for some reason. I suspect there are more sprites buried deeper into the system, but I don't know where to get them. But yeah, sounds is the bigger deal. Let me go ahead and reconnect to the Google thing so you guys can actually hear sounds. There we go. It kind of reminded me of Phalanax. Okay. That's an game ported. Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll leave that. So, why are we not getting sound? Do I need to Bluetooth crank it? Like, there we go. So those are the sounds that are built into the e-reader. So we're going to leverage these. I don't want to make like my own sound effects because they take up a tremendous amount of space. So we're going to definitely be using this program to search through all of the sounds that are available. And we'll figure out which ones we want to use for the game. So that's one thing. Now, but we are going to use a lot of custom graphics. That is a big aspect of this. And I even have plans for how everything is going to work as far as the custom graphics go. So we're going to have 4 background layers. The most farthest one is just the stars, and that's what I already showed you. The stars sweep across the screen. Then we're going to have a decoration layer. This is a like stretch goal, depending on how much time. I'm setting next Sunday as my deadline to stop working on this and then move to making a video. So whatever shape the game is in by next Sunday, that's it. So the decorations layer may not happen. The tunnel layer is going to be a little more interesting. So let me explain this somewhat. So that's in the map area. So the tunnel area is going to be devised of groups of 4 blocks that are related to each other. And 2 of these will be selected at once, 2 of these random block sections. So there'll be 8 different blocks at a time. And what's going to happen is as the player flies through, tunnels are going to squeeze in around them as they get to the end of the level. And it's going to provide some navigation that they have to do up and down. So that's one thing. The other thing that I don't think I covered here, all right, this entire game, can I split my game across multiple cards? Yes, that happens automatically with how everything is set up. So if we look at the system resources one, here we have 2 different dot codes for running the system resource card. The way that I'm loading these instantly is by loading the saved game here, which we can also encode the data into. And that just is as if I scanned all the cards on the e-reader and then saved it. So, yeah. Let's see. Probably easier to store them on the ROM, have the e-reader card reference it from the ROM to storing the e-reader code. Yes, yeah. No, the codes only hold about 2,000 bytes. So it's very difficult to store this kind of stuff in there. Now, let me explain the biggest aspect of this game. It is going to be entirely procedurally generated from a user editable seed. Um, so the intention here is that every time you play the game, if you put the same seed in, you will have the exact same sequence of levels, but you can choose different seeds to get different level designs. So the things that are going to be different is enemy spawns, which enemies drop power ups, the design of the level physically, and then the power ups are going to change what your capabilities with the ship are. Um, but the idea is that it will have an infinite number of levels if you put in different codes. But there will be a structure to the game. So it's kind of like an iron mode game where you can get like random things as you go along. But there will be the way that it'll work is there's going to be a score metric that the player has to hit to get the score by successfully flying in a straight line through the level, so not dying. And they also get score by defeating enemies. They will lose score if enemies get past them over to the right edge of the screen, and then they go off screen. So they'll lose points for that. But once they get enough points, a boss enemy will appear, and the boss is actually going to be designed as a background layer so they can be huge. Um, Once they defeat the boss, what's going to happen is the base seed that was given is going to be augmented to have a boss flag increase on it. Then it's going to reset everything and generate a new level, essentially. So, well, it won't reset the player power ups, but it'll push back the tunnels that are going to be designed to slowly creep in. And this is going to make it so that there will be multiple stages to it as you go through it. Each time you defeat the main boss as well, it's going to change slightly and develop new attacks. So all of this is detailed in this document here, but I do have a scope set for this. So I don't really want to go outside of this scope. There's only one thing that's not in this that I think I would like to add, and it's a minor technical thing that I think I should do immediately. But I think it will make a huge difference. It's going to be one of the things where the ship is not going to be totally straightforward to drop into the game. Um, One thing I think would be really cool is to manipulate the background as the ship moves to slide it up and down. It might be better to just. I'm going to mute this actually because we won't need sound for a while. I think as the ship, say, moves up, the background should pan with it just slightly. So there'll be two tiles that it pans back and forth on to give you just slightly more map to work with within the visual space. And it'll just make it feel like you're actually moving up and down. So I think that'd be interesting. So I'm struggling trying to read the keyboard on the Commander X16. Oh. Let's see, start developing problems, crashes, Linux reporting. Oh, okay. You posted the original SNES box art for the game you mentioned on Discord. It's pretty amazing. I can't actually, unlike most times, I can't actually go see that. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. That's kind of familiar too, in a way. Interesting. One moment, make sure things are, you know what, I'm just going to close those. Okay. Circuit 3. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's work on getting the ship sprite in. So this is under graphics. Right now I have it done as a PNG because for some weird... Oh, I figured out why it actually wasn't working. Okay, we're going to switch to TGA really quick, okay? I'd prefer all of the graphics to be TGAs, not PNGs, because it's a little easier to specifically define your palettes with TGA. Also, we're going to be doing palette shenanigans with this stuff, so it's going to be interesting. All right. Yeah, we're going to re-export this as TGA really quick. So we're going to delete this layer. Boom. I'm going to merge this down. Boom. I would like to...
One sub as tier 1 and says end of line.
Bezo, thank you for the tier 1 sub, and you're on to 11 months. I did draw it, yes. 11, that's 8 and a 2 and a 1. 11 months. Thank you so much there, Bezo. Yes, all of the sprites are done by me. All of the graphics are done by me. They're just the only things that are not going to be done by me are going to be the sound effects and music. Well, maybe music. We might try to do music, but definitely not sound effects. Music we can do by sequencing. So it looks like that won't be too bad. Okay. This is just placeholder artwork, though. Don't get too attached to this. Okay. Only 36 minutes late, right on time. Yeah. I can't believe we're 36 minutes in and we haven't actually started doing anything. Oh, yeah. So here, let me show you fun fact. Export as. So we're going to export as a TGA and it's going to crash. TGA. Export and... Oh, it didn't actually crash that time. Weird. Okay. Wait, it just worked. Why did it work? Dude, it's giving me all sorts. Excuse me. Coffee was trying to say hi again. This was giving me all sorts of errors. Like yesterday when I was trying to export TGAs. And what I had to do was remove the alpha channel. That's super weird. I don't know why that worked. We're going to remove it and re-export anyway, just to be sure. Okay. The exhaust for some reason, underdog instrument. Oh gosh. So you're watching. We're watching. That's why it worked. Yeah, really. Yeah, we have barely started. Maybe there are built-in sprites for numbers or something. No, the only sprites are for the Pokemon. That's it. Actually, here, let me show you something. So we're going to fire up the emulator here. This is so clever. I absolutely love this, okay? Let's get into this menu, okay? How many sprites do you think there are in this menu? 256 sprites. The thing is, we can see game state views, view sprites. The answer is 0. There are 0 sprites. What we have is a background layer. So we're going to view palette instead. What's going on is the palette for the background is being modified to change what is being selected. So you can see over here, there are 3 sections for the different menu items, and the palette is being modified in order to show it. So it is one background that is having dynamic palette modifications done. So we're going to do some tricky stuff like that, I think. But yeah, 0 sprites. A bit over-engineered? No. It is way more resource efficient to change palette colors than it is to add sprites. You were way off? Yeah. So this is how you need to think completely orthogonal to how you would for like homebrew development for computers and stuff. It is just completely different. The moss will be palette cycling Pokemon. No, because the Pokemons can't be loaded into the background. The boss is going to be tile based, and it's going to be weird. I have not designed the boss yet. I kind of know what it's going to look like up here. There's going to be different sections to it, but I have not actually started the design on the boss yet. Yeah. Let's see. We can palette swap the ship's plunger to be animated fire. Yes, actually, I could set the palette on the ship to have, or there to be an animation for the fire. That's absolutely possible. So, how is the white text at the bottom done? So there are, in the GBA, or on the e-reader, I should say, because I don't think the GBA works this way. You define regions. This is kind of what I was talking about yesterday, why I can't just like debug by printing text. I have not had a time to look up the link port for stuff, so we're not going to get to that. So all of that encoded as background, except for this. That's a sprite for some reason. I don't know why. But if we run this, so I printed text here, okay? But we can go into the tools again, game state views, view sprites. The only sprite that exists is this arrow that I made, okay? That's it, 0. That's it, that's the only sprite. So the way this works is this is defined as like a small frame buffer area, and that is then overwritten between the backgrounds and sprites. So you'll have a small section of fully pixel addressable space that you can use like really handy little functions and stuff for, like draw a rectangle or whatever. Um, but it's limited. You cannot make this take up the entire display buffer. There's not enough memory for that. So at least the way that it sets it up for you to be able to easily edit it. So text is printed in that way. So if you're gonna print text, you need to define a frame buffer space, and then you tell it to print text into that. And you have to define a background color and a foreground color for the text. So it's using text takes up graphics resources, which is kind of annoying. So isn't Pound Shift how SimCity 2000 did animation? Oh, it's how many games did animation. I have a, like in the video on the HP Series 200, which I'm going to call back to when I do this GBA video, I showed the star screensaver thing, and it shows you how it does palette cycling to achieve that. It was very common for palette swapping to be used for animations. So, all right, let's go to here, and we're going to load up main.c. Now, I'm going to be a little bit of a heretic here, and I'm going to actually use Kate instead of Vim for this, mostly because I also need to have this up nearly constantly, because this is my API documentation. As I'm going along, I'm adding some information about what the parameters are for this. But basically, the way that the e-reader works is it provides a bunch of memory locations that you can just shove data into, and then that does something on the system. So all of this was reverse engineered by Tim, who's the one who has done the dot code printing stuff and just pretty much everything that makes all this possible. So massive shout outs to Tim on this stuff. But he figured out where all these things are and mostly what they all do and how they work. So we're going to be utilizing this to load sprites and things into the game. So, yes. Let's see. Shelby needs GBA dev kit. I got one. I mean, that's what the e-reader basically is. I mean, we don't have like GDB or stuff, but we just can't with e-reader games. So, changing your pointer, some colors is cheaper than moving sprites. Exactly. So, let's see. So there is not a basic font pack stored in the Game Boy cartridge. I don't think it works in that way as like a font. It's just like graphics resources. Oh. Let's see. Do you like palette cycle racetracks? Oh yeah, that's a great way of doing that. We could do palette cycling for the stars in the background, but instead I'm just going to have them be purely randomly generated. So the benefit to doing it as pure randomly generated as well is that if we go here, that entire background for all of the stars that I've shown you only takes up 4 tiles worth of memory. Here, one moment. GIMP. Here we go. This is it. 2 colors. That's it. That's how the entirety of the scrolling star background is done. Ignore the starting state. That's just weirdness. But yeah, this is entirely defined based on this and random number generation. So, all right, let's work on getting the ship into the game. So first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to open the make file. And let's do this. I'm going to add individual lines for each thing here. Variable entirely defined by random number generation, do you suspect? Okay. So we'll have player.tga. Let's go ahead and do this. Player.tga. This will allow me to do this a little more precisely. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I think I want to share a palette between the player and all of the enemies. The main thing that accomplishes is saving space on the cards. It uses the exact same amount of memory. The only thing is that it'll limit me to 16 total colors for everything, but I think that'll be fine. I don't think that'll be an issue. Except our random number generation is truly random, yeah. Let's go ahead and try this. We'll be able to later add more things to this. Ooh, I messed up. I got to go back to the player sprite in GIMP. Hold on. Delete that. That's right. Delete key doesn't work. Okay, merge down. So one of the things you need to do here is we're going to go to color. No. Image mode indexed. Convert. All right. So what this does, setting the mode to indexed, is it generates a. Why does it always hide this dialog? Dockable dialogues, palettes. Here we go. It generates a phone. Be quiet. Normally it mutes during streams. Why did it not mute? Oh, because it's a Samsung notification. Screw you, Samsung. This creates a specific palette that is only the colors for this image, and then those are the only colors that are available. It creates an index and a color map. But what I need to do is I need to specify this magenta color as index value 0. That way it knows it's transparent. So we're going to set that, and then index 0 will be transparent. That's what I needed to set. When I just exported it before, I did not do that, and it was going to use, it looked like the nose cone color as the transparent, which would not have looked good. Okay. Remember, we're the only 16 total colors on PC. Here we go. Here's our TGA error. Okay. I think it's because we weren't indexed before. That's why it failed. So we'll remove the alpha channel, and now it will work. File, export as, player.tga, replace, export, boom. There we go. It working was itself a sign of a problem. Okay. And now our TGA is only 174 bytes. Beautiful. That's approximately how much memory it's going to take, too, when we go to compile it, because it takes that, basically, and then just converts it into an array. So, note your phone has ludicrous uptime. Something has obviously gone wrong, so we're now forcing a reboot. Thank you for choosing Samsung. You want to know what my uptime is right now? Let's find out. About phone status. My phone's current uptime, oh my gosh, it's so close. 12,213 hours and 25 minutes and 42 seconds. The dot codes are compressed, yes. They use a VPK compression method. All right, so we now have player.tga. Phone's uptime wouldn't be that long since you just updated last week. See, that's the magic of old phone. It never updates. All right, I think we can make this. Okay. Include map.h. What did it call it? If it didn't call it. Wait, why? Oh, I did this wrong. Hold on. Copy. Undo. Player.tga. There we go. All right, that'll work. It's very annoying how this always spawns on the left side. You know what? I might be able to fix that. Hold on. Let me go to some innocuous here. Okay. I'm going to just put this there. The layout won't match how it's physically laid out. Perfect. I want this record. I need to buy this. Anyway, keep. Now when I launch this and it launches on the leftmost screen, it'll be in the center of this. Okay. See, what was the closest time before dead with your phone? I can't actually tell you that. Let's see. Where is it? There is a metric for this. And I don't know. I think AccuBattery just changed its UI like within the last week. Are you kidding me? it had like this really cool like graph that showed how what the battery charge was. Dang it, I can't show you. That's so annoying. History? Show last 100 sessions. Yeah, it doesn't do the point map anymore. Oh, that's really annoying. So what it had was a point map that showed you how much it charged each time it was charged to like the full amount. And that would have shown you like the lowest value. I guarantee it wasn't that much. On average, my phone does not get that low because I just don't use it. Can you set K-Win rules so it remembers its last position? Yeah, but my monitor layout changes way too much. It's not worth it. All right, I just want to make sure this loads. Yep, that loads. That's perfect. Okay, fine. All right. Let's instantiate the player sprite. Okay. Actually, I'm going to bring this back. Image, view, show grid. That's wrong. View, no, image, configure grid. Pop, pop, no. No, stop going down, go or up, go down. Okay, here we go. So we are too tall, so 4x2 for the sprites. Okay. Let's get the sprite loaded in here. So, this is not a Note 7, yeah. I've already replaced the battery on it too. Let's see. Amount of properties per window in K-Win is absolutely nuts. It really is, yes. Yeah, mine is a Note 9. It's not that old, Desiac. It's only from, was it 2019? Okay. What was I doing? I was going to go to here and the example project, and I was just going to look at the sprite loading code really quick. So here's a problem. Something that I'm trying to figure out how I want to handle this. I don't know how many sprites we can have. So let me actually run the system resources program here, but I'm going to modify it really quick. So I have a value up here that is like sprite max. Yes, okay. I'm going to quickly set this to 64. I'm going to recompile and rerun this. And we're going to crash it, okay? So we now, on the left of the word sprite there, if I load a sprite, you'll see a number goes down. The problem is, after 36 sprites, I found that the system starts to become unreliable, and it like runs out of palette memory. So as we load these and go through them, we'll see it correctly reloads the palettes and all that fun stuff. But we're going to go ahead and continue and just load a bunch of these. All right, one after another. So we have a lot of sprites available here now, okay? Just like demonstrating that. Keep on trucking. Somewhere around, I think, 58. We're getting really close. Okay. It's about to wig out here, all right? Is it this one? There we go. So we can't load any more sprites now. And if we go back, actually they're looking fine there. Okay. So we can attempt to continue. So we can go to the next one. We can try and load that one. And now the system just straight up crashed. So a missing number appears. Gosh. I only barely know enough about Pokemon to know that. So the problem is with trying to load too many sprites. Now, think about a spaceship shooter game. How many sprites are there on screen when you get to like a boss and it's like pew 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 shoot all like a whole bunch of them like flying out, or there's a bunch of enemies on screen at once. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. So one of the things I'm thinking of taking advantage of is paint, or was it? Let's try background. Set background. Background. Set background. Auto scroll. Mirror. Ooh, you can mirror. I didn't realize that. That's handy. Load background custom. Okay. Draw sprite on background. So I'm wondering if what I could do is have one sprite for every projectile type, which is there's only going to be two. One sprite for each enemy type. There are three enemy types, and then that would pretty much be it for sprites. So we would realistically need player, projectile, laser, which is going to be the other projectile, and then three enemy types. So 6 total sprites. All right. And what'll happen is there'll be an array of structs for each enemy that holds data about that state of that enemy, and it'll go through those, and then it will paint that sprite onto the background for each struct, which will have an XY location, and we're going to use Bezier curves for positions, which has some really cool principles. So that's one of the things we're going to look at. But it's going to go through the array of structs and then do the logic for each single instance. But I'm hoping that we can draw the sprite onto the background, and that will allow us to only load in a very small number of sprites. So how fast can we draw sprites to the background? I don't know. I've never tried it. The whole premise here might actually hang on this function working. Okay. I also don't know what these parameters are. I'm going to guess one of these is a background layer number, because the background layers are kind of like a thing. So we'll probably draw them onto the same layer that the boss sprite will be on. The boss is going to spawn enemies, but I don't know that that'll ever be an issue. But if they're over top of the boss, that'd be fine. So that's probably the layer number. But then one of these, I would think, would be a sprite thing. Okay, we got sprite there. So sprite handle, I thought these would be a U32. So one of them's going to be a sprite handle, but I don't know what the third one is. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, just got here. What's the program being used to make the game? A text editor? Ooh, wait. Okay, sprite handle, background, palette. Oh, that's a problem. So the sprite's gonna have to share the palette of the background? Ooh. Unless it modifies the background of the, I don't know. Ooh, I'll have to try that. Okay, that's really good to know. Okay. Hold on. So let me just go ahead and document that right now. So for those of you who don't know, Tim there, who just chatted, is the one who reverse engineered all this stuff originally. And they have been awesome on helping with this. So I'm extremely appreciative of them. So draw sprite on background. Okay, so we're going to have sprite handle. We're going to have a background layer number. I'm just going to grab this and copy that. Here, draw sprite on background. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. B, and then palette. Okay. Hello from work now. So this is Space Impact 3 development. Currently it's called Robo Runner because I'm
a round of applause for Tim CHGER.
absolutely.
End of line.
Also, thank you for the 100-bit spooky. Let's see. Yeah, and then palette. There's only one L in palette. Okay, there we go. Palette. All right. So I'm going to guess that's a palette pointer. Pointer. Okay. Add llama as an enemy. Yeah. There's going to be a tiny amount of Tempest 2000 in this in a way. Background palette index for storing sprite colors. Okay. So that would be the same basically as the as like this palette value here. Okay. I'm just curious how that's going to interact with the background palette. Well, I'm curious. Okay, but I will mark that as the sprite palette pointer. Maybe it merges them. I don't know. Let's see. Fully macro parameters, get description. See, love Tempest 2000. One of the reasons you own a Jaguar. Jaguar's amazing. Copy and paste your 20-year-old notes and don't ask me how it actually works. Not a problem. What are you making? Nokia Snake game. No, this is going to be running on a Game Boy Advance. Okay, we'll use that later. We might just try that with the player sprite once we get that in place. But for right now, we're not going to bother with that. Okay, so let's go back to the RoboRun program here. And we're going to load the graphics.h over here. Okay. Don't want that one open. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Ben, oh my gosh. All right. So we're going to load a sprite here for the player ship. I'm just going to call this, well, actually, just use this stuff. Yeah, it's going to be sprite underscore player. All right. Player tiles and then player palette. It is 4 across, 2 up. If you're curious about this data, I kind of had figured that out somewhere. I had worked on it somewhat. Is it in system resources? It's related to frame animations for things. Also got one to work, so you can load additional data from... Whoa! JJ's going to be really excited about that, Tim. He desperately wants to be able to load additional levels from cards. Oh, that's cool. That is super duper cool. Out of curiosity, how does that work? Does it like pause the game, bring up the scan dot code menu, or when you swipe it, does it store it in like a buffer and then that gives you access to that data? It pops up the menu? Okay. Interesting. Oh, where does it write it? It probably writes it to... Is it into the RAM or does it like... Oh, man, I'm going to have to mess with that. Is that already in here? No, that wasn't in there. Interesting. Was that one of the unknown ones? Well, we don't have to go over that right now. I'm not going to use that for my game either way. But yeah, that's going to be really cool. I might ask you more about that in the Discord later. Okay. I'm just trying to, let me bring it back up, the system resources project, because I believe that one documents what the sprite stuff is a little more. Yeah, here we go. Okay, frame count, unknown, and unknown on that stuff. Okay, so we only have one frame on this for now. Width, height, and frames. We only have one frame. Okay. Presuming data on the card has a start address embedded in it or something. Maybe. So let me explain this a little bit, Ben. There's system RAM that's in the actual Game Boy, okay? Then the e-reader itself also has RAM, but its RAM holds the card that you just scanned. So let's say you start it up, you scan a card that's like one card, and then you play the game on the card. That card's contents is held in RAM on here, okay? This also has flash storage. And if the card has a flag set, once you've scanned all of the cards for that game, it can ask you if you want to save it to flash storage. the games themselves can also directly access flash storage, and I have a game or a program that demonstrates this. So you can save and load to blocks of data on here. There's I think it's 12 blocks, which matches the number of codes there are. So it's possible that there is a header that describes the well, there's definitely a header that describes which number sequence the card is for, because you can scan the cards out of order. But I don't know that they scan directly to a block of memory or how that works. That's a very interesting question that could have technical implications. This intrigues me, having never owned a GBA, only ever GB and DS. Concept of creating games for device is superb. Feels like thumb in the nose of the system. So it's really easy to make homebrew for these things, relative now compared to way back when. Because you get like the MGBA emulator we're using here, absolutely fantastic. Shows you like everything you could ever want to in the background. The thing that really makes me interested in this is the ability to publish my own software on paper. Like I don't have to make a cartridge. Like my goal here is to actually produce a small batch of literal real cards with this game on it and sell them. I don't really want to make money off of it, but I want it to be a thing that exists in the world, that somebody made homebrew for this thing. I think that would be amazing. Okay. So my goal is to make this game and actually distribute it on real cards. That's my goal. So I want the game to not suck, so people who buy the cards get something that's worthwhile. But I want there to be homebrew out there. So, all right, let's continue on. We are an hour into this and we have done nothing. We have added one line. Okay, sprite player, that's all configured correctly. Okay, let's go back to our example project. We need to actually initialize the sprite. All right. So this is the sprite. Then we have the handle. So let's go ahead and just put that there. Okay. See, print on business cards. I'm looking into getting professionally produced cards. Okay, handle player. You know what? I'm going to call it H player because we use this a lot, and I really don't want to have to type this a whole bunch of times. Without Nintendo legal problems. Correct. So the better answer to what somebody was asking before is like, how are you making this stuff? It's actually ls opt DevKit Pro. So what I'm using is a development library, and more specifically, DevKit ARM, which provides a set of GNU development, compilers, assemblers, and all that stuff, targeted to the processor on the Game Boy Advance. So our development tool chain is open source. The only thing we are doing that actually involves anything official Nintendo is peeking and poking to memory addresses on the e-reader. There is nothing as far as proprietary code in here. So there is no copy protection circumvention, because I don't think that the dot codes are copy protected in any way. I think it's just Reed Solomon coding for data protection parity kind of stuff. So yeah, remember using DevKit ARM, mess around with GP32 coding. I really need to dig out the GP32 and try homebrew stuff now that I'm a little more in tune with this. It would be really fun to make something for the GP32 as well. But yeah, so nothing here uses Nintendo stuff, and I'm pretty sure we're even good on the copy protection circumvention stuff. So reminds me of someone to use rather than consult the local print shop. You consulted probably the least local person in the world. You're right, Ben. Yeah, I'm still working with him, by the way. I didn't want to call him out because just in case it doesn't work, I don't want to throw him under the bus. But Nanoraptor, who does all the mostly Macintosh like abomination renderings and things like that, it is actually trying to help me get the cards printed. So I think they're doing some testing on stuff like literally right now to figure out how to print cards. But they're very interested in doing it, and they seem very optimistic that they're actually going to be able to make the cards for me. So yeah. And that, again, it would be amazing. I'm really hoping to do that. So at the very least, I'm going to get a small batch of system resource viewer cards made as a test run, and then I want to order a bunch of those as well. So when I sell the game, I'm actually going to include the system resource viewer card as well. So that's big. That's another thing that I want to get made. So see, yeah, so Diego, that is a problem. I don't want to use any official dev kit stuff. But one of the really cool things about the e-reader thing is that there's so much stuff offloaded to the e-reader, it's really hard to include anything that you shouldn't. Have you thought of a printer for visiting cards? So you're talking about like a visitor badge printer. I don't think they're going to be high enough resolution. That's the problem. Additionally, I want them to be nice.
Says Prime for 5 months and says end of line.
Du Bois 90, thank you for the Prime sub for the first time. I appreciate that. I really want the cards to be nice. So like we're looking at options like you print onto the stock and then you laminate it basically even so that the card is robust to scratching. So we're looking at like a lot of options here. Does the e-reader ROM have the NES emulator built in? Probably. I've not looked into that. You can develop NES games for the e-reader. It's totally possible to do that. But why? When you can develop full-on e-reader game or GBA games. That's how I see it. Let's actually get the player into the thing here. Okay, hold on. Handle here. Okay. No. Okay, yeah. Sprite, create, custom, sprite. Okay. Let's put this into init here. Set this up here. Okay, h underscore player is going to be that. And then player sprite is that. Okay. Thin lamination? Yes. What do you mean watermark? There shouldn't need to be a watermark on anything. So you could have used the open source equivalent. I think he admitted it would take ages to do the entire game, therefore he abandoned the project despite it be possible to port the project. Yeah, it was never really gonna happen. He got a lot farther than I would have guessed with it. But it did seem like kind of a burden to try and do all that. Where is this function? Here we go. Okay, so we're just going to set sprite position after we initialize it here. So set sprite player. X and Y is, yeah, 120 and 80. So here, we're just going to put it in the center, 120 and 80. Okay. So one of the things that's going to be a little more complicated in the other sprite demo that we're going to do is we have to put like guardrails so the sprite can't go off screen. There's going to be several things that make this more complicated than the other one. All right, let's run this. We should be able to move the player ship around here. Movie reference. Oh, if that watermark is the name of a movie, then I am not aware of it. Okay. Well, that okay, that actually looks kind of good. I can't move it, but I like the look of that. Wow. Oh, I'm out of coffee. I'm sad. This is going to be cool. Okay. Oh, man. We need to have an animated fire or engine, don't we? I really don't want to have to animate the engine, but man, that would be cool. See, dialing my mind forward, thinking 40 years on, these cards pop up on eBay for much. You know, I don't know. I don't know. They will probably be the rarest e-reader cards, although there are some like crazy rare Animal Crossing ones, but still the production numbers will be much lower. So, really minty, yes, I could actually to have it cycle on and off. That would probably be good enough, actually. Palette cycling fire, yeah. So I was thinking you can animate this two ways. You can actually have frame animations, or you can have palette cycling animations, and we could potentially do both. Palette cycling is cheaper than frames, as we talked about. So we'll look into that. Okay, I'm quite happy with that. That looks way better in game than I thought it was going to. Okay. Can we make the ship explode when the damage gets enough? Yes, that is an objective. And I have a list of sprites that I need to make, and one of the sprite designs is a generic explosion. I'm thinking I'm gonna make it weird. I'm gonna make it anime style, and I'm gonna have it be like a blue cross thing that goes out instead of like an actual explosion. Mostly because that will not need particles. So I'm gonna make it like a really like a warp core explosion, like maybe even like a flat line. I don't know. But all of the enemies are gonna need that. So all right, so we have that in there. Let's work on a movement system. Okay. So trying to think about how what about having the ship break apart as part of the explosion? No. No, 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 no. Lower your expectations. We don't want more sprites, and we don't want particle effects. So, yeah. Go back to the sprite. Might be able to make it better by having the flame move away from the ship as a pixel back and forth. If I have it be like 4 pixels where it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe we can look. We'll look into that, but that's good enough for right now. We need to focus on other things. Okay, I want. We're gonna do a player movement's pretty critical, so we'll probably have a static inline void for player control. All right. In this, we will be getting key state. Let's just go ahead and do this. I can't. I think it's more. Oh my gosh, mouse! I hate you so much. One moment. You know what? Air compressor. Is it charged all? No. I'm charging it. I'm so tired of the mouse. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. The mouse is like not holding the click correctly, and I keep dropping inputs, and it's just driving me nuts. Sorry. I'm just going to blow it out with the air compressor and hope for the best. We've already done this before, so I doubt it's going to actually help. But we'll see. Oh, I already have U32 key. Perfect. Okay. Let's just leave that there. Okay. Mouse cleaning stream went. Yeah. Let me catch up. Static most overloaded keyword. Yeah. See, FMV cutscenes when. Oh my gosh, will there be ray tracing? There will be visor curves, not ray tracing though. Let's see. That's the point at which usually retire a mouse. It's like 3 months old. It is not old. There's apparently an inherent issue with modern Logitech mice. Why are you making the function static in this context? Because I want them to be inline, and you can't have inline without static. 3 months, but you wish you had the sales good act. See? Well, first off, RMA, from what I've heard, because this is such a common problem with Logitech mice, they tell you take a long walk off a short pier. Look at how much it's like it was dropping in a whole bunch there, and now it's not. Look at that. I'm holding the button down. There it goes. Whatever, man. It's an MX Master 3S, so only a nice cheap $100 mouse. The problem is, why am I putting up with this mouse? How many other mice have multiple Bluetooth link key support and dedicated hardware USB adapter support? That's the problem. It's awesome. Bought it 2 years ago. It's been solid in daily use. See, I have 2 of these, all right? One of the weird things about this mice is you can order it with different switch types. I didn't know that. This is the clicky switch. I have a second one that's the silent switch. It's doing fine. I initially hated the silent switch. But yeah, it's just Got a Razer mouse with optical switches to solve this problem. Find out that the spring in the switch replacements wears out instead. Oh gosh, that's horrible. Have first gen MX Master still going though. Yeah, I think the battery might be getting weak. Man, that's like the best problem to have to solve. Okay, This is where I'm disappointed. I can't use a switch because we have to do bit masking, but at least we can bit mask. Um, it's got switches, yeah. So one of the reasons why I also really like this mouse, nobody ever wanted to write silent. Yeah, silent to bring up the context bank. Yeah, no. One of the things I really like about the mouse is, well, you're not going to be able to hear it. It has a detented scroll wheel when you spin it slowly, but if you flick it, it has a solenoid that lifts off of the click and allows it to free spin. Love that. You also have a button to just disable detents altogether. I hate mouse detents. Um, and this is like my dream mouse. Have an 8-bit do N30 mouse. I didn't know they made mice. Switches have rubber membrane like game controller. Weird. MX Master 3 is awesome. They have keyboard one as well. Switch between PCs really fast. So I'm using a Keychron K8. It also supports multiple link keys, but there are way more options for that kind of thing in the keyboard world. Mouse world, very, very hard to find something. So your Basilisk V3 does, and you love it. Yeah, weird scroll preferences. Also, the scroll wheel on this is just milled aluminum. I think it might actually be steel or something really heavy. But it's not rubber coated, so it's gonna last forever, which I think is fantastic. Okay, let's actually do a thing here though. If key, let's grab a key thing. Ooh, okay. C nerds, riddle me this. Am I better doing just a bunch of ifs like this? Or should I do if else? Or else if? Is there a distinction as far as the compiler optimization goes? I'm gonna guess not. Okay. Let's see. U8 dir. Wait. Oh, do is a keyword. Okay, I was gonna what? Door is a keyword? Switch case, I can't do a switch because I have to bit mask it to this. So, yeah. I can't do switch. Here's the thing. We're going to have a bunch of if statements with mask values like left and right. We can't switch on that because you can't do expressions in a switch statement. See, not so much optimization, more that if else only one can be true at the same time. That is true, and we do want we want 8 direction for this. So yeah, okay, we'll just go with ifs only. It's remoral mods on an expert on any version of C. Yeah, so it only matters on this because this is really close to low level. So stupid high res scroll does not play well with games. Oh, yeah, I can see that. You scroll. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It's got a horizontal scroll wheel. It's not like a weird tilt mouse thing. It's got an actual side scroll wheel, which is kind of awesome. Let's see, if yada do thing break would be clearer and faster. If do, I don't think I've ever seen that syntax. If do break, is that like an actual thing? Huh. Not break, use continue. Well, that's for a loop though. Yeah, that I don't think that's valid syntax. Okay. Anyway, so we're gonna set dir equals if it's left. So I'm gonna use bit values. I'm sorry. This is going to be 1. No, left would be, yeah, we'll go with that. Right will be I guess we don't get to do this the way I wanted. Fine. Nope, I don't get to do this quite the way I wanted. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Hold on. Up. Down. No, that doesn't work. I don't want that. I'm sorry. Uh Trying to hold on. You know what? No. Oh no, you can't do it that way either. I want to design this where I can pass a single variable for x and y and apply it. Because I'm stupid. Basically, I want player move u8 dir and then I'll have a it can technically be a u8, I guess, for the position. It'll be px py plus and then I was thinking something like we could do dir shift 1 minus 1. So yeah, that might actually be valid. Because who would ever pass 2 arguments for x and y? That would just be crazy. And then here we will just mask 1. We can't minus 1 though, because it would have to be signed. We can just make it S8. There we go. Oh, these can't be signed. It's actually going to have to be... No, that's fine. That's fine. We can do that. Ideally, you don't want to do any mutually exclusive checks. Don't check for left if right. Yeah, no. That's why I'm doing it that. You have right twice. You are correct. Left. Okay. So now... no, that doesn't work. No, it absolutely does not work. Never mind. Never mind. We have to do X and Y. I had it in my head this was base 2. Or base 3, maybe. Yeah, never mind. Could bit mask and nibble. That's kind of what I was trying to do. Well, oh wait, no, yeah, we could totally do this. Hold on. No, yeah, we can do this. I do want to bit mask and nibble, basically. But we so don't need to do this. You know what? Let's not over-optimize. Let's X. Actually, I'm going to make these S8. SY. SY. Okay. Or S8Y. Let's not over-optimize. X. Y. It's not really going to gain us anything, and it's just being dumb. S8. Dir X. Dir Y. And make them both 0. 0. 0. Amazing breakthrough in code structures discovered. They could be making code readable for someone else on purpose. Yeah. Okay. Dir Y up is -1. Yes, that's -1. Down is dir y +1, lowercase y. Dir underscore x left is -1. Dir underscore x is +1. Okay. And then player move dir x. Oh my gosh, I did all the wrong keys. Dir underscore x and then dir underscore y. Okay. We might be able to move if I actually put this in here. Okay. Right before the frame. Boom. Okay. Yeah, that figures. Okay. Needs more comments to code to tell you what it does. We are barely doing anything here. You're getting ahead of yourself. Let's get that out of here. No? Player control 50. What did I do wrong? Yeah, that doesn't need to exist. Just code master subset the compiler. PY? Oh yeah, I didn't make those exist yet. Hold on. PX equals 160. PY equals 80. Okay, and now for the initial position, PX, PY. Seriously? Typing's hard, okay? All right, theoretically, we should be able to move this. All right. Now, the reason we're putting the move into, oh, look at it, it nudges it once. Oh, because I'm stupid. Mouse. I'm about to switch to Vim just because I'm tired of dealing with the mouse. All right. Also, I want to try something. All right, come on. Emulation. Tools. Setting. No, not scripting. Actually, I would really like to know how scripting works, but like, I don't want to put the time in. Does Kate have a Vim mode? I think it does, but if I'm gonna use Vim, I'm just gonna use Vim. Controllers. Okay. Set all up. Nope. Hold on. Right. Nope. Down. Left. A. B. Select. Start. Left. Right. Okay. Boom. Now I get to use my DualSense 5. Why is the input latency so horrible? Okay, that's totally working, but it's absolutely unacceptable. I don't get what's going on there. But here we go. We can move the ship around. Okay. That's not bad at all. How does it move faster in the background? They're moving at the same, they should be the same speed. That's weird. Okay. Now, problems. We can move off screen. Oh, that's weird because it's a U8, it wraps. This will take a little longer to wrap, but it will. Yep, there we go. So that can wrap. Yeah, okay. So I did manage to print code successfully. Oh yeah, no, I have successfully printed actual codes. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna be able to do this. That even feels like a reasonable speed, actually. 1 pixel per loop. Okay. Pac-Man motion. I don't know. See, time to make the wrapping the main mechanic. No. This is where we're actually going to slightly change this from what I originally intended. Because I kind of have an idea. First, let's put guardrails. So we can't go above and below. So we're going to say if px is less than the width of the thing is 32, so 16, 16, then px equals 16, so it won't be able to move to the left. Px is greater than, it's 240 wide minus 32. I don't want to do math. Then it's this. I'm sure the compiler will do the math for me, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Actually, it's 16, not 32. 16. We may also change this to be half of the width of the screen. That would prevent you from being able to go further to the right of the screen than halfway. I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. I know some of these games do that, but it can be annoying. So for right now, we're going to leave it full motion of the whole screen, but we may cut it off at half. Okay. Then we're going to do this py. Okay. If y is less than 16, then y is 16, and if y is greater than 160 minus that py is greater than. Okay, so this is our movement bounds. So let's go ahead and give that a shot. Had tank controls. Bam, asteroids. Asteroids really is not tank controls. Okay, so let's see. That's a. I like the nudging. That's kind of hilarious. I don't want that. I kind of like the nudging though. That's a little funny. Technically, it needs to be 8. You know, should I let him touch the edge of the screen, or should I? Now let him touch the edge of the screen. This should be 8. Define. I think I can do a define wherever I want. Player buffer 8. Okay. That's being column 1. Boo. All right. There we go. Move your before the clamping. Yeah. Oh, that's why it's happening. Yeah, that's a fair point. All right, fine. The bumping's kind of funny, but well, yeah, we'll have it not. Guardrails that explode you if you touch them. We'll get to that. In open space, it should be harmless, but we will have that. Okay, boom. Well, that one needs to be 32. That actually 16. For X and Y, it does need to be 16. Okay, fine. Let's get rid of all that. It's only Y that's 8. X is 16. 8, 8, 8, 8. We may also code in the sprite dimension somewhere and then use that, because we need to do it for collision barrier, or collision detection anyway. Hit the edge of space, you bounce off the edge of the continuum. If that is a quote from something, I don't remember what. Okay, here we go. Boom, and boom. Okay, we're successfully moving. Okay, this is satisfying. All right, now I have a bonus thing we're going to do here that I actually kind of feel is critical, because it's going to make this feel much more alive. All right, we're going to kill this. All right, we're going to go up here, and we're going to change back Y to 22, and then we're just going to run this and see what happens. I think it'll work. It'll not be an issue, but we're going to find out. Perfect. Okay, it works flawlessly. Okay. Now, let me think about this. What is the background position here? Am I setting a background position? I don't think I am. It's called offset, though, I think, here. No, I'm definitely doing it. Background offset. Okay. So, Yeah, let's do this way. U8, it should be an S8, unfortunately. S8, ship, or map. This is gonna be cool. So I know we want to do this. Just trying to think about how I want to do this. Vertical offset equals 0 to start. Okay. And this will be vertical offset. What's wrong about your preprocessor directive needing to start column 1? When do we pick that up? Oh, well, that's good to know. I hadn't heard of that, but I've also never tried to do them stupidly like that before, so I didn't know. Okay. We're going to do vertical offset equals py, but we need to do a modulus on this, which means we have to go grab the modulus function to do fancy math. Where is it? It's somewhere in here. Where is the slide map? XY mod. That's it. Okay. So we're going to mod py, which the range of py is 0 to 160. That's kind of perfect. Okay. So mod 10, all right, minus 8. Okay, let's try this. Ooh, it's almost working. Okay, something's funky somewhere. Vertical offset, mod y 10. Maybe that's wrong. No. I think I want div. Div. Not mod. Why is it getting shoved back up? Yeah, div is right. What's pushing it back up? I think I'm doing something stupid. Hold on. Vertical offset. I bet it's not being set somewhere. Let me... Where are all the instances? Ah, there it is. Now it'll work. Oh, yeah. Now that's sweet. Okay. So as we move up and down, we expose one more map tile above and below. So the entire map shifts up and down as we move up and down. So I think we have a little bit more vertical play that we can also add to this. I got to decide how much of this we want, but I think this is a really cool, like, little addition to make. Yeah, this is going to be kind of awesome. Okay, let's make it more. So if we make this 24 tiles tall, which I'm pretty sure, I think we actually can do 32 by 32. I think that's how many tiles we can do. But we'll do this, and then we're going to make the vertical offset 16, and then we will divide by 16 in here. We'll codify this a little better. Divide by 10. I think we want to divide by 5 now. Minus 16. We need to double our resolution. Okay. Oh, yeah. Now that is kind of sweet. So our X and Y doesn't change anything because we're always scrolling, but this reveals more map above and below. Is that a tile that's not being set there? Why is that not being set? What is that? Is that not... What is that? Hmm. The bottom is. Oh, I know why. It's because it's going negative. Uh... Okay, yeah, let's just get rid of this. That'll solve it. That is the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone, the Death Zone, the Zone of No Return. All the zones have names like that in the Galaxy of Terror. There we go. That's better. Man, Galaxy of Terror, that'd be a pretty good name for this. All right, there we go. I really like that. I feel like other games in this genre have probably done that before, but I just think that's really a cool little thing to stick in there. All right. Now to get rid of the weird start with less tiles. Yeah, we could do that. I'm not that concerned about that. That's easy to fix later. I'd rather focus on more fundamental stuff right now. Okay, so this changes something slightly now because the player is in a weird position where do you have a title for the game? I'm calling it Robo Runner right now, but that's just like not that's not actually going to be it. Um, the problem with doing this with the vertical offset is that it kind of messes up the math where all the enemies should be. Do not alter your set. We control the horizontal vertical unless divided by zero. Yeah. Um, yeah. So the only way this makes sense are there robots as they're running? No, there's robot. Who's to say these are there are people piloting these? You don't know that. Also, are we getting some like NES like sprites appearing on the left? No, not anymore now at least. So the problem is once we start adding enemies, they're going to need to move up and down with this. The bigger problem is that that's going to mess with the collision detection. Hmm. Unnamed shmup game, yeah. Hmm. Is it worth it to have this? Because it will look super cool and make the vertical tiles less obvious. I think I. Well, there's going to be an invisible hitbox for collision. The collision is going to be very rough and messy. Don't worry, it's going to be awful. Um, I'm not going to do it like per pixel of the sprite. The problem is that once we get an enemy in here, the enemy needs to move up and down with the background, and the collision needs to move up and down with the background. Need true coordinates. We need world coordinates and not visual coordinates. But the problem is that the player ship is always visual coordinates, not world coordinates. I think it'll suck for the math, but I think it's worth it. I think it'll make it really cool. I think it's necessary. Also, the stars won't shift this much. The tunnel layer will shift this much. The stars will probably only shift about 1/4 as much as this. So, ship needs a tiny TT logo on the fin. Placework artwork. Don't worry about it. Hmm. All right, let's try adding an enemy. Okay. Make file. Let's do graphics. We need to re-export the enemy with correct indices for colors and stuff. So here is our light level enemy. Okay, so to give you an idea, there's going to be 3 classes of enemy ships. Okay, so this is going to be light, this is going to be medium, and then we're going to have heavy. Now, light is going to shoot a single projectile. Medium is going to shoot a spread shot, and heavy is going to shoot a straightforward laser. All right. So that's how those are going to work. So we're going to start with the light enemy, um, but for right now, we're not actually programming any of the projectiles or AI or any of that stuff. So you'll need to multiply screen coordinates by map. So what it'll be, Adrian, it's don't worry about it for right now. We'll get to how all the parallaxing will work and all that stuff farther on. But for right now, we're going to have to figure out how to offset this. We're just going to leave the star layer as is for a frame of reference until we get the tunnel layer done. Forbidden Zone, the Galaxy of Terror makes me think the ship should be seafoam green with a red stripe. Cyclops Captain. Finally, somebody got it. I was going to say, no one got that? I didn't think it was that deep of a cut. All right, let's re-export this. Oh, wait, we need to compress all the layers. There used to be a merge visible, wasn't there? Like, I swear there was merge visible, but oh well. Let's get rid of this. Delete. Merge, or is that this? Mask. Merge layer with the first visible layer below. Yeah, I thought there was one that was like merge them all. So, I was trying to find the quote about the water people being drunk through coordination. No friends spaceships. You are not allowed to shoot. No, there won't be any friendly fire type stuff. These games are always like lone wolf going on. So, okay. Image mode indexed. Convert colors. Oh yeah. So one trick I'm gonna do. All of the enemy sprites are going to share a palette. And as you defeat the enemies, or as your score increases, their palette will change as their health gets like doubled every single time. So you'll know what tier enemies you're facing because I'll change the palette. So they'll start out like green, and then they'll go blue, and then they'll go red, and then they'll go orange or whatever. But yeah, that's kind of the idea. I think I shouldn't randomize the tier colors, but maybe I'll make it procedural in a way by just adding color to it, because then it can loop or whatever. Because I think the color should have meaning that crosses games. So let's see. Bounty hunter seemed to be a common theme. Yeah, kind of. I don't know how to phrase this one yet. But we'll figure it out. I do think it would be hilarious. Okay, this is kind of a goal on the card or cards. I don't know how big this is going to be. I think I'm willing to make this up to 3 cards, but I would like to keep it smaller. I want at least one of the cards to have like a whole paragraph of lore on it. I think it would be hilarious. All right. Not like that I want to like write a story for this, but to just have the card be full of like backstory, I think would be amazing. So we will come up with something for this, but expect it to be very cheesy. Because that's what I'm going for. Like, think Buck Rogers level, like they made a plot so they could have spaceships shoot each other. Okay, that's about as much thought as I want to put into it. Okay, so did we get our TGA? No, we only converted it. We didn't actually export it yet. Export as like 3 cards, 4 stripes, 2 stripes, 2 stripes. I want the backs of the cards to be the same. So to give you an idea here, we go back to this view, okay? If you take an actual set of cards, they have a single shared artwork across the back of all of them, and I want mine to replicate that. I want it to be just like an original one. However, on each one here, I'm gonna have to turn this camera on. Give me a second. All right. So backs all the same on all of them, but each card has different information like controls, probably how to play the game, more stuff like different levels are shown there. Each one of these is different. So I want one of mine to just be like nothing but lore dump. Like just straight up exposition that nobody needs to read, but it's there because that's kind of what I'm thinking. But there will be a control one, kind of like that as well at some point. But I'm not going to reuse their artwork because that's a bad idea. Um, so yeah, that's the objective. There'll be a single artwork on the back, and I want it to look kind of like this, just completely not even slightly representative of the actual game. Like it's almost might be worth commissioning someone to make like a really awesome artwork that could be printed on there that looks nothing like the game. But yes, a la old box art. Exactly. Yes. Okay, we're going to export this as enemy light TGA. No, we're not. We're going to go to colors, map, rearrange color map, and we're going to make magenta index 0. Okay. Boom. We'll figure out everything else later. It doesn't really matter. Export as TGA. Boom. Okay. Export. Now, we're going to make a new line here. GFX player. Okay. We're going to leave that, and then we're going to grab the name. That doesn't look right. That did not load. I know what happened. Okay, hold on. It crashed. Remove alpha channel, file, export, TGA, and there we go. Okay, back to here. Light TGA goes here. Now I think we can do a shared palette thing here, but for right now we actually need to get rid of that line because we are sharing a palette. But this should write all of that into that, I believe. Buffer overflow detected. What? How did we buffer overflow? Rebuff, foul Xbox art, pick up Shelby with straw hat and a Roland. I have a banjo, I could just actually have a banjo. There have been videos with banjo music in them that I recorded. Airbrush images of spaceships and sparkly twinkly effects on the cards. Yeah, I didn't read that part. Yes, that would be amazing. Oh my gosh. Dude, I can just go find some street artist who does airbrush t-shirts and have them do like a spaceship one and then use that. When your code crashes the assembler. Yeah, really. No, that's make. Aborted core dump. I think it failed on this. Why? GFX. Got an H file. Can it? What does FA do? I don't remember. Grit. Dash help. What does FA do? File append. Yeah, that should not wipe it. Roosevelt Row first Friday? Don't know. Can I just put this here and then pretend the other one doesn't exist, maybe? What does that do? Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, then we just need to change out from the palette name. Here we go. Okay, so it's going to be player pal. Why is it 512 now? That's right. Ugh. That's not correct. No. Something happens when I don't do a shared palette with grit, where it just does like a full, huge, fat palette, and then it doesn't work right. Why? There's not that many colors. But if I do a shared palette, it'll be like 4. Oh, lots of street artists to choose from. Ah, I was kind of kidding because, like, getting the rights to the artwork for that's a little more complicated. Grit. The only thing I changed was whether or not I was using a shared palette, and then it barfs this out, and I don't get it. This is one of those things where I don't think anyone here could help explain this to me or come up with a solution because this is like very unique to Game Boy Advance and GBA development. To explain what this is, Grit is a program that takes the TGA file here and converts it from an image to a C array and then also palletizes everything. But it gets way more advanced than that. If we open up not the graphics file, but the map files here. Actually, let's go over to this one. This works the same way. So here we have a um, a maze. All right. So that is an image with like a bunch of stuff going on. This gets encoded into a super small amount of data relatively. Like these are the tiles, like oh, that's the map data actually. But then this is the palette. Like it's relatively a small amount of data compared to the whole image there. But it will barf out this huge palette thing if I don't tell it to use a shared palette, and I have no idea why. And it doesn't work either. Like we can just go swap that in for the player palette. It doesn't work. Wouldn't matter because it's enormous and I wouldn't want to use it anyway. My mouse is also not working. I want to throw it against the wall as hard as I can. No rule to make clean. Oh yeah, fair enough. Like there, just triple clicked me out of the directory entirely. Also, I think this stool is very close to dying. I think the legs are going to fall off soon. I think I'm going to have to buy a new one. All right, why did that work? Why did that enormous, huge, weird palette work? What? Tools, game state view, view palette. Did it fail or something? Why? How did that work? That palette is enormous. What? Is that a higher bit depth? Is that what's going on or something? I don't get it. Huh. Weird. Why is there a red pixel in the sprite or background palette? Drizzle some deoxide in there. I don't know what it's going to take. I think I'm going to have to tear it apart at some point. But it really sucks to disassemble a mouse because the screws are always under the skate pads. So every time you disassemble it, you basically ruin it. I didn't want to do that. I'm also thinking when I do, I'm just going to replace the switches. I'll just order some and have them on hand. Oh well, if this is going to work, then I guess we'll go with it. Whatever. Fine. Just like absolutely ridiculously enormous palettes for some weird reason. How big's our binary? 2.5K? 8.9K? Are you kidding me? Then it compresses down to 1.4. Okay. Mouse care kind of rare, yeah. Might be maybe just solar probably more palatable. I don't know. Weird. All right. Is the enemy in there? I don't. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Let's chuck our enemy sprite in there. And then we'll mess with moving it up and down. All right. Sprite. Enemy light. Okay. That palette is enormous. Why? It's got to be like 32-bit depth or something crazy like that. Like, I don't get it. It says something at the top of it. Let's see. Palette is 256 entries. Why? Mouse, you driving me crazy. Okay. Gonna be sprite. E. Yes. And then this goes sprite or to H. E. Position. E. And then PX plus 60. Whatever. That'll be fine. Okay, so we should have the enemy being drawn on the screen now. Better than ball mouse? No, I've actually had ball mice be very reliable. There we go. We drat. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but that's not correct. Let's look at our palettes. View, palette. Why did it overwrite it? It's like it's using a shared palette either way. Fine. Shared palette it is. Whatever. We'll have all the sprites use the exact same palette. Fine. It'll be smaller. It'll work better. Reload. Actually, we don't need this C. Let's just grab the header. Okay, GFX, shared palette. All right, palette, palette, boom. Is it time to replace micro switches in the mouse? No, it's like 3 months old. It's really not that old. It's just terrible. I think what might have happened is I might have dropped it or something. I may have jammed the switch. I don't know. There we go. It's working perfectly. See me a green duck. All right. Now we need the enemy to scroll up and down. No more stealth holding. 3 months old. I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe. Whoa, there's a frame skip option? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Warp speed. All right. Feel better about your razor decision? Again, multiple link keys and the USB option. I cannot overstate how important that USB option is to be able to go direct, no Bluetooth, USB. I keep the dongle in my bag, and if there's some like weird computer that I just randomly need a mouse for, I just plug it in. I have a mouse in my bag, and then I don't need to repair it and lose the pairing to something else. So that's why. Okay, it's probably not been 3 months. Watch it be like a year and a half or something. Mouse. Not. Oh my gosh, I totally misspelled that. Let's see. November. So I'm not that far off. Temp is for the GBA. Ooh, that's really cool. Wrote the commercial Family Feud, which is less sweet. Hey, that's still cool though. All right, well, we're getting somewhere here. I want to make the enemy move up and down now with the background. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, we need... Trying to figure out how we want to do this. Can we go to plaid? I mean, with tab we can. Or visit fast enough we need ludicrous. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, just standing. Okay. Oh, sounds like it needs from percussive maintenance. I think percussiveness is what had caused the problem. I drop this mouse occasionally due to how I use it sometimes, and there is nothing protecting it from landing on the button and then like forcing it down. So it may have depressed the switch too much. So, okay. Reload. I wish I could tell it to always reload. Like I just don't care. Just reload it. Okay. This enemy needs to move up and down. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. We need a struct for holding data for the enemy. Okay. Um, so let's do it. Struct enemy underscore data. Okay. Oh boy. Can't remember if you need a semicolon after this. There's some weird things we do. Like classes in C++. I never understand why you need a semicolon after the class definition, but whatever. I will allow that. Okay. So the mouse is I own this mouse again because of specific features, not because I prefer Logitech mice or anything. I would gladly use a garbage mouse if it had the features. So class semicolon catches me out all the time. Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? Like I don't get it, but whatever. Also, we could be using C++ for this, and I am tempted because it would alleviate the exact thing I'm about to do. I'm about to treat this as if I was doing object-oriented programming, but I'm not. Um, but I don't want any potential compiler overhead from switching to C++. So we're about to do something kind of dumb here, okay? Leave a semicolon is needed because you can declare structure class variables after the end bracket. Yeah. So there's only one solution. Yeah. So we're going to make an array of structs, and it's going to be dumb. And we're going to iterate through the array of structs to handle the logic for all of the enemies. But I think it'll work since we want to just paint them onto the background anyway. So we'll see how that goes. We'll also be able to change this over to painting the sprites onto the background easily after this, because we'll just add another value to the struct array, and then we'll just have different positions. So array of structs is not dumb. It's fast and efficient. It is, but when we could just use C++, and like a linked list of objects, or, maybe we get super fancy, use a vector. I don't know. Um, linked lists are great. They are not dumb. You take that back. Linked lists are one of the best things ever. Okay. Let's do U8, X. Oh, that hurts. It hurts to block off that much data. So, fun fact, I've mentioned this before. There is so much RAM in the Game Boy Advance compared to how much data we can store on the cards. I could make that a U32. I could make every variable a U32 and it won't matter. But it still hurts to be so wasteful. Y, X, Y. Okay, hold on. I actually documented this. Let's bring that back up. So there's specific things that we're going to need to track for the enemies. So let me go back to this. Entity data. Yes. So we're going to need this. Okay. Correction linked lists are often used incorrectly by dumb people, resulting in memory leaks. Yes, that does tend to happen. For Family Feud, we use only C to avoid the possibility of any C++ overhead. In reality, avoiding polymorphism would have probably been enough. Yeah. Uh, I use C++ to create this. Please insert card 16. Yes. As long as the enemy is visible, it's stuck to one background tile. So, Dutch Black Cat, what the way that I'm gonna do this, and something that's not included here, um, is the enemy data is going to include the position, and then there will be projectile, a construct of projectiles, and what it's going to do is it's going to go through every projectile in the struct, and it's going to map all the collisions. And if there is a collision, then it's going to tell that the other one to like reduce health or something. So we're going to have multiple runs through the arrays, uh, but we're gonna and all the data is going to be held in the struct arrays. It's not going to be held anywhere else. So it should be fine. We're basically treating. You could think of it like this: we are using object-oriented programming, but instead of having, we have no. Oh my gosh, brain. Um, we have no methods, which is the name for functions attached to objects. All we have are fields. So we're just storing data in there, and then we're sending our object to another function to just run that function instead. So we're really close to object-oriented programming here, but we're not doing it. Let's see, are actually very efficient, not much overhead from those. The only reason I don't want them is because of compile size, not for performance reasons. Very commonly, compile size is not a target when you start including libraries. So I want to avoid that. You put functions inside of structs and function pointers. You're gross, Majenko. No. Linked list good. Function pointers, boo. Although we might actually use function pointers. We might. Games are just cool spreadsheets, to be fair. Yes. Yeah. Let's see. Which equates linked lists being dumb, i.e. you have to use your intelligence to make them work the right way. They have none of their own. Yeah. Uh, Scan card for weapons upgrade. Yeah, so we could do that, but I don't want to. I very specifically do not want to use that kind of functionality, because I want this to be a one-off, one-shot game type thing. Self-modifying code. Oh gosh. I'll allow that. Let's see, you can put functions inside structs. Oh yeah, I already copied that. Okay. Always be tableizing your data. Okay. Let's see. I'm having a bad habit of reading the Twitch chat directly instead of the merged chat. My apologies to any merged chatters or YouTube chatters, which I can just check really quick. So yes, my apology, Mr. Dog and Mork. Let's see, physical DLC. I mean, you mean this is the e-reader is the first incarnation of what would become amiibos. So I mean, literally, yes, it is. Can't wait for the next card, the bottom of your Captain Crunch box. Okay, let's actually do some stuff here. U8. Is the U8 enough for health? Let me think of steps here. All right. So enemy starts out. The enemy's going to start out with 2 health. I want the light enemies to take 2 shots to kill to start. So I'm going to start out with 2 health. You're going to do 1 damage. It'll go to 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. So we would have 8 steps of health, 8 levels of enemies. Is 8 enough? I don't know. Well, we can always change it later. We'll just start out with U8 for health. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. I can't remember. Can you initialize structs with a default value? Is that a thing? Can I put that here? Let's see. You never get the last card because company went bankrupt. Yeah. Let's see. Console programmers might realize self-modifying code on a ROM base It can present its own challenges. Yeah. Yeah, you think your ROM is hard. Imagine your paper. Although, I mean, I guess if you're good enough with a pen, you can modify the code. A pen and white eraser. Oh my gosh, that's kind of like imagine the game genie you would need to like mess with e-reader codes. Okay, we got health. Um, U8. This is going to be a 1 through 0 T. All right. That's going to be related to this next one. Position or movement. Let's actually spell that correctly. Movement. Which is going to be related to the formula used to calculate the path. But we're not getting into that yet. This could potentially be a function pointer, but I don't want to do that right now. For right now, we're going to assume we're going to use a switch statement for that. No default construct. Okay. You can do that with a constructor. This is C. So I don't know if a constructor is valid for a struct. I have a feeling not. Let's see. Okay. You want after your struct entries, not comma? Oh, whoops. Really? Okay. Thank you. GCC would have told me, but I appreciate it still. Okay, movement. Oh, and then we have XY position. I already put that up there. XY spawn position. This can be used to make paths dynamic. Oh. Okay, I know what I mean there. Yes, I do need that. So here's a thought on this. So let's say we have pretend that the area here that you're seeing me in is the game, okay? Say an enemy spawns right here, okay? But let's say I want to spawn two enemies at once, all right? I want one there and one down there, and I want them to have a mirrored flight path. So they'll like go in and go out or something like that. I'm thinking I'll be able to use the original spawn positions for that. So that's a goal. I want to be able to do that. So yeah, that needs to be kept because that'll be used as a variable for that kind of stuff. You have to make a separate function. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fine. It's an initialization allowed. Later versions C++ might need to be static const. I might be able to do it. I can do it with a const one, I think, but that's different. Okay, is that it? I felt like there was one more thing that I forgot about in here. I think I could do type. Yeah, I think we can add type. U8 type. In fairness, I was the worst of the two, but I've never had it fail in less than 3 hours. That was new my extreme, my future. That sucks. Okay. Okay, do you have the appearance of more than 8 levels of health? You could also have weapon damage upgrades, move damage upgrades sometimes instead of actually upping health. Well, so old one, the appearance of the enemies is going to change every time their health increases. um, and I I would like the yeah, the mic died at 12:26. Yeah. Um, I want it to scale. I want it to scale. We'll just go with this for now. We can make it a U16 later if we really need to. So, yeah, all right. Let's go with that. All right. And then we're going to create an enemy data array. So, oh, this is weird. Struct enemy data pointer manager enemies. Manager enemy. You know what? I'm never going to use plural because it's kind of stupid. Okay. For right now, we're just going to have one. All right. Save that. Let's see if GCC yells at me. Yeah. Okay. Just sanity check. Yeah, so that's good. How do can I make this pointer? No, it doesn't like that. Okay. It's the best way to learn Python. Use it as a calculator. I'm going to say the same thing I say for every programming language. You are never going to learn a programming language. But what you can do is set a goal for yourself and learn how to accomplish that goal using a programming language. So figure out what you want to do with Python and then work your way towards that. Struct enemy data, or if you want an array of pointers. Oh, put the pointery bit on there. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Programming language equal tool. Yes. So you can't think of a programming language as a means to get a job or something like that. Like, don't think of it that way. You're never going to learn everything to where you can walk into a job and just do it. Programming is more of a concept of how to accomplish a goal through a computer. In this case, the goal is to make a game. So we have to define all of the logic for how the game works. There are different technical ways you can go about it, but there's a lot of ways that you can do it. The more experience you get with programming after encountering different situations, the better you become at it. But you have to have these goals that push you to find those situations. You're never just going to read through like the entire PyDocs on how to use Python and understand it and then be able to just program. That's not how it works. How do you instruct your brain to understand nested loops? So by nested loops, do you mean recursion or just like 4x and then 4y? Like, think of it as looping through multi-dimensional arrays. So like a single array is just a list of numbers, and a two-dimensional array is a table of numbers. You can also have a three-dimensional array that's a cube of numbers, but that gets a little weirder. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think you meant recursion there. Recursion is a different thing, which is fun. And I always like to make a comment on any functions that I make are recursive. To as soon as you see that, like you see warning recursive. But yeah, that's a different thing. Remember once an exchange between other sysadmins. I'm waiting for the right issue to occur to learn Perl. Oh, you misunderstand it. When the right issue occurs, I'll let you know it's time to learn Perl. Yes. That's kind of, yeah, the same thing. So, okay, so you're saying I could do this. So, Nebsla, it's kind of the thing that I was just discussing, if you were here for that. In order to truly learn a programming language like that, you need to have an objective for it. So you're not just going to decide one day I'm going to learn this and then just do it. You You have to have a reason to. So if you don't think you're reading books in the language help you learn about the features I haven't used yet, otherwise it's generally dry, yeah. But I don't really have a use for it. I wouldn't say to mess with it then. Because like in Python, I mean you kinda can use pointers, but it's not really worth it. I mean, just examples like that. So yeah, I'm now rereading Minty's comment. I would agree with that. So yeah, actually, in Arduino, Majenko's comment there is a handy different way of approaching the same thing, giving yourself a financial investment in something, and then it's easier to come up with more tangible goals. But still, you run into the problem of you need something to do with it. Like you can learn how to program an Arduino so you can press a button and it turns on a light and holds it there. That's fine. But what are you going to do with that knowledge? You did that thing. Okay, you're done. You're going to walk away, and in 10 minutes, you're going to forget all the code that you used to do that. You have to have a goal. So, do you want to have a light that turns on when you sense a door opens by flipping a relay or something? So, you got to come up with something more complicated that you would like to use that kind of thing for. So, let's see. In one mod I tried to make for RimWorld, I found what I wanted to do would need to completely replace RimWorld's lighting code. I mean, I was trying to do work because memory leak couldn't figure out. Oh, that's unfortunate. This language has a tail call elimination recursive function is limited by the stack. Yes, it's something you got to keep in mind. Um, you can also create your own stack if you use gotos, but there's other things. Yeah, you kind of do. Because you need to speed up a task, use it to add Rust. Yeah, use it to add Rust to the toolbar. Oh, okay. At first, I was reading that as in I used it to add Rust to like the dependencies of the project. Like you wanted to just shove Rust in there somehow. But no, I don't ever really plan on learning Rust. It's just not something that I really care that much about. I will just stick with C and C++. Um, eh. If you want Rust, that's fine. It makes sense. It's just what I'm doing it. Yeah, just the Rust folks do like to do that. Yeah. Okay, so we have an enemy thing. Trying to remember. I guess we can just do. Trying to remember how we initialize this now. I think I set up a struct here somewhere. Yeah, in the Flash one. Flash read write. Here, I set up a struct for reading and writing from memory. Uh, did I? No. Oh. No, it's not that. Okay, I know where it is. 1 second. One moment. Okay. So. Nope, this one doesn't have the struct either. Okay, I don't know where I put my struct, but do I just initialize a struct by putting all the data in like what looks like a Python dictionary as equals? It's been a little while. I would look it up, but usually you guys can just answer it before me. Do C++ works as always go to. Want to try something else? Yeah, it makes sense. Looking forward to learning game maker language. Sadly, you're at square one. If I was going to go back to something like that, I would just do click and play, just because I like click and play. But you can't actually like really publish anything with click and play because people don't want to run Windows 98 on our home computers, I guess, now anymore. So lame. Var equal. Oh, okay. So let's close that because we kind of have that done. Just, oh no, I made Kate angry. There we go. Close that. Okay, so we're gonna do not that, this. Let's init by adding one enemy here. Where is init? Here we go. Okay. So here enemy manager, index 0 equals, we're going to just copy all of that. And then we get rid of all the U8s, I guess. Okay. Equals, and we're going to put this here, and we're going to move this to after. No, that's the sprite create. Where'd we position? Here it is. Mouse. Okay, I'm not taking the blame. It was the mouse. Should really just switch over to Vim. Okay. Let's see. Godot. Yeah, I would probably go to Godot over that kind of thing. So, thought that is GCC extension. Well, this is GCC, so that'll work. Want to statically initialize it, and just foo equals that, probably worth writing small init at struct function. So these won't be initialized. You create a function to initialize a struct. We're not. This is just test code. Don't worry. Long term, these won't actually start out initialized. They'll be dynamically created. So don't worry about it. Health equals 1, doesn't matter. T equals 0. Movement equals 0. Spawn, well, just won't matter. 0. 0 and 0. Okay, now we're going to use manager enemy this dot x. It's probably a good reason to not use it as a pointer, then I could just reference that directly. Okay, let's have GCC yell at me a whole bunch because I probably did something wrong. Robo run and go. Okay. Expected expression before. Oh, great. Names of your initialization, you need dot in front of. Okay, hold on. We're just looking this up. C struct array. Sorry, I gotta see it all in one location. Oh, I have to do them one at a time? Wait. Oh. Wait a minute. No, that's weird. Oh. Oh, so this allocates all the memory, and then I just have to set the values in the memory. Okay. That's fine. Now this is awful. Dislike. And I guess I don't need to initialize them all since I'm only using X and Y, but whatever. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, that worked. Good. Okay. Now. Let's do a static inline void, because they're the best functions ever. I'm doing that because having the function calls baked into the code increases the size. Having them be static inline just shoves all the code in there linearly and it makes the executable smaller. It's the only reason I'm doing it. Okay. Still relevant, initializing members and structs, legal in C14, just tried it. Oh, in C++, okay. Not relevant because we're using C only, not C++, but I appreciate that. Okay, so let's do enemy update. Okay. Static inline, if used more than once, makes the code larger. What do you mean if used more than once? Oh. I mean, if the function is called in more than one location. Yeah. So far, none of these are. No, I know what you mean. Although I actually did have an instance where it didn't, but that might have just been because this code is then also compressed after, and it might have found the duplicate information and then just did a dedupe on it. So it's a weird, stupid balance. Like we will probably have an optimizing session where we try to compress, at least I will at some point. I don't know what all is going to be done on stream, but I'll have an optimizing session where I try to get the compiled executable as small as possible. So, are you using a C++ compiler? No. I'm using GCC, not G++. See, I don't know if they're interchangeable. C is clever, usually inline small functions that are called one. So I have to be very careful about my optimize settings, Majenko, because some of them make the executable larger. So I might even go through and trial and error every single one of the flags, because GCC will list all of them. Or is it yeah, GCC. I might try enabling and disabling every single one, and checking the file size. Yeah, it's gonna be dumb. It'll just depend on how many cards we're using. If we're done in like 2 codes, then who cares? But like if we're up to like 5 cards by the end of this, I'm gonna be real determined to cut it down. So OS, I think that's the one that tries to optimize for size, didn't actually work for me. That just made it crash. So I think that the forked GCC or whatever for the DevKit Pro ARM doesn't work right with that. Yeah, because I did try that. Optimize for size is not usually a priority, yes. So this is often uncharted territory, yes, I agree. So that's why it's difficult. But yes, size is the primary concern, but also the only reason I'm doing this, because I could have made a homebrew GBA game that's like 32 megs in size anytime I wanted. But now you're telling me, wait a minute, it could only be 2K per strip, and I can only have 12 strips? Ooh, now you're putting some constraints on it. It becomes much more interesting. Okay, enemy update. So here's what we're gonna do. We will have we'll have a value that's live enemy. So U8, there'll never be 255 of these suckers, that's for sure. Enemy underscore live equals 1. All right. This will just be for the start. There'll be a define enemy max. For right now, we'll make this 32. There's a lot of data, but you know what? We got RAM to burn. Okay. So for enemy update, will be for U8 I equals 0. I think there's some kind of weird performance optimization where you actually make that your max value and then work backwards, and it won't matter in this case, but for right now we're just going to do that. I is less than enemy live. Okay. And then I will do the weird prefix increment, because that one does have a like optimization. Okay, so for every one of these that's alive, we're going to set the position for H enemy, and we're going to do it to the this thing. Actually, let me just copy that. But it's going to be this plus the vertical offset. Mouse, did you really just not copy the whole thing? That's right, I'm blaming the mouse when it was word wrapping that did it. Let me catch up. Almost as fun as programming Pick 10 with 768 bytes of program memory. Gosh. Since you asked C and C++ are now different enough, the C++ is no longer a superset of C. Some fundamental incompatibilities. So I was aware of that. I just didn't know if GCC and G++ were like, one was an alias of the other. I wasn't sure about that. Okay. So, you know what? I'm breaking this down. Okay, and this is going to be y plus vertical offset. Okay. That should be good. All right, the enemy should now move up and down with the background. That was a lot of work. That was like an hour just to do that. Jeez. Oh my gosh, and then it did not work. Oh, we didn't call the function. Hey, let's call the function if we want the function to be called. How about that? Got us get out. Good luck. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Think they are aliases? Yeah, that was what I had a feeling. All right, so we'll call this right before this. Boom. Okay. Best functions are the functions that we never call. Yeah. Hey, does it cost the executable size if it's optimized out of the executable? There we go. That'll work. Okay, that's kind of cool. Why is it backwards, though? Is it? Is that? That's not right. Plus vertical offset. I think it's going the opposite direction. Minus vertical offset? I don't know. If you want to look up, hold on, things being, why is it, what? Oh, there we go. Now we're good. Okay. Perfect. All right, we're going to try changing the sprite position to paint on background and see what happens. Let's see. If you want to look up structure initialization, look up designated initializer list. But if you want to assign with designated initializer list, you need to define type. Oh, that's wonky. Oh, okay, I get that. So basically, you're making a struct, and then you're casting that block of memory as a specific type. Okay, that makes sense. I can understand that. Okay, I am happy with that. Okay. Type of foo can just be struct foo. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because that's how you do the casting. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Okay, let's try making it paint on backdrop. Background or paint on background, whatever it is. Right to background. I don't remember what it was called. Okay. Sprite draw on background. Okay. So we do have to set the position. Let's make 2 of these. So let's say enemy live 2. Okay. And then we're going to make the second one. We're not going to deal with all that nonsense. We're going to put the second one plus 32 on Y. So it'll be slightly further down. And then do this and that. All right. So we will have set sprite position, and then we will draw the sprite on the background after we move it. All right, so we're going to try this. So it's sprite handle, which is, this is the wrong area. Here we go. No, here. Okay. Why did that get moved? Okay. This. Okay, background layer. We're going to use background 2. I think we're currently drawing on 3. Yeah, we're on 3. I don't remember what order it goes in. So these may be behind the stars. We'll find out. No, we should put it on 3 for right now, because 3 is currently being set up. We may also, be honest, disembodied duck head is not as terrifying as me as an enemy. I don't know where you guys get the duck head from. But this is the weak enemy. Okay, it's not meant to be terrifying. Okay, we're gonna draw in background 3, and then this was the palette. We'll try GFX shared palette. We'll see what this does. All right, here we go. Drawing sprite on background. Let's see what happens. So theoretically, 2 enemy ships should be drawn. No. Is it because I'm an idiot and hard-coded this? Yes. All right. Now it won't work, and it will be a different error. Yeah, I had a feeling. Okay. So we're not painting it onto the background. Why? Is it the order? It's the last function called before the frame is rendered. So it should be there. Um, hmm. So it's either not working or or I'm updating the background beforehand. So background offset is here, background loop, slide map. So slide map redraws the background. This just moves the background. We're drawing onto 3, which is the background that's definitely shown. Yes, there's tons of fields that are not setting. Is that intentional? I don't think it matters. It didn't crash. But we're not using them right now. I was just kind of going through and getting it set up for later. Let's try this on 2. Just see what happens. It would never be shown. Set background offset. Okay, I'm just going through init, see if we have to enable backgrounds. I don't think we do. I think they're just always enabled. Okay, so we're going to write them to a different background than the one that we're drawing to, just to see what happens. I would expect there'll be like a strip where it gets painted over as it moves up and down. Yeah, that's not working. Why? Need the enemies to be separate sprites. You're calling the set sprite thingy function with the same sprite handle each time? Yes. So I'll explain that in a moment there. Commodore 256. Yes, this is Game Boy Advance Homebrew, essentially. So what I'm doing, Ben, at least what I think I'm doing here, all right? I am moving one sprite. We only have one sprite, okay? But we have data that represents the location of multiple enemies, okay? What I'm doing is I'm iterating through the data that represents the enemies. I'm moving the sprite from one location, and then what I'm trying to do is draw it onto the background. So I'm thinking it's going to copy the sprite's visual data and just stick it on the background, okay? Just like stamp it on there. Then it goes to the next item in the array list, moves it to where the other one is, and then I'm expecting it to just stamp it on there. But it's not doing that. So they're not hardware sprites. I'm not 100% sure exactly how they work. I think they are hardware sprites. They're hardware sprites. But there's a limit to how many hardware sprites I can have. And especially with this API. What's enemy live set to? 2. So yeah. And it will be on an e-reader card, Commodore 256. So do you have debugging? It's impossible to debug this. That's the fun part. Literally, there's no way to. Technically, MGBA supports a GDB server. So we could go here, start GDB server. Sounds awesome, doesn't it? there's no way to hook into the binary for the e-reader cards because what it reads is the e-reader ROM for the cartridge. This is where the breakpoints and stuff are set at. They're not set in the cards. There's no way to load a debug elf that represents the e-reader cards that it can attach to the correct locations in memory. So the only way I can debug is to run it and see what happens. So, but yeah, enemy lives is set to 2. So if it was set to 3, it should crash. Just for giggles. Let's verify that. Should crash on before it even draws the first frame. Or it'll just load random data. Okay, it loaded random data. So, without having retro computing physical format, scan QR code, webcam with a Pi, just scans it. And you could. The benefit to doing this is that these already exist and are out there. You don't have to try and convince people to buy your weird niche hardware that exists. There's a thing on eBay. Oh my gosh, I desperately want to buy this thing, but it's so stupid. But the only reason I want to buy it is because it's stupid. Let me see if I can find it and show you. Come on, where's my recently viewed? Oh, it's glorious. I love it. It's so dumb. Did I watch it? I don't think I did. So experiment, I try allocating second enemy sprite. Allocating. See if they need separate sprites. I mean, then it's completely pointless. If I have to have multiple sprites, it does not work for me. Oh, come on. Is the ATEM wigging out? Only reason to buy it is because it's stupid, like that laser does. No, Joe's apartment's great. I don't know what you're talking about. On eBay. I think the ATEM's dying again there. Although it is also happening every time I go to a different page. Hold on. I think that will bring it up. Yeah, it's every time I load a new page. No way someone bought it. The OCD, static inline, void seems oxymoron to me. There's no way someone bought it. Sold items. No, I'm just not spelling it right or something. What is it called? Yeah, I'm describing it correctly. There it is. It did sell. Someone bought it. Oh, I'm jealous. Man, I think it sold like the day that it was listed. Okay, I kind of wanted to buy this to prove a point. Look at this thing. This is a fictional game console, okay? This is your Commander X16, your RC 2014, whatever, but it's from 2000. Okay, people have had the idea of making fake virtual computers for more than 2 decades, and I bet you've never heard of this thing because they never take off. It's never gonna happen. You're not going to invent a popular fake retro computer. Ain't gonna happen. So yeah, I put all of those in the same basket that this thing is in. You have that one? That's hilarious, Lanesy. But yeah, it's so that's why I'm doing GBA, okay? Because GBA actually is like a real thing. See that kid when it first came out, but see that's the thing. It was a long time ago, and it definitely did not take off. I think the only time I even heard of the chip that's on it was on the Ben Heck show because it uses the propeller microcontroller. Let's make a computer and learn. Don't people already have computers? Shut up. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Retro computing has always been big. That's due to its arcane hardware. Well, yeah, no, retro compute. I mean, I am into retro computing. Okay. It's not that I don't like retro computing. I don't like fake retro computing or intentionally limiting yourself with new hardware. Just promotional kit for their microcontroller. Yeah, but it's kind of the same thing still, though. Propeller Store makes sense for that since it's multi-core. You can run multiple peripheral features. Don't give them like good ideas there with it, Ben. It failed. Okay. What makes more sense than that? Okay, I'm gonna say there's an exception here. All right, because it's actually worked. Okay, the answer is not hardware. Wonder if anyone can guess what it's gonna be that I'm gonna bring up. Can you guess what's on my other monitor right now as a successful version of this? But that, like actually works. Let's see. Yep, Commodore 256 got it. Pico 8. This is the way to do this. Fake your hardware. Run it in software, and then people will actually use it. So it's like I haven't got a homebrew CPU sitting upstairs. It's completely utterly pointless. Yeah. See, I was making everything wordplay. Guy who said retro computing is big. Brain thought of 70s servers, rooms, and stuff. That starts to be funny. Great points. I'll feel that. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, no. So it's just that like Propeller's 8-core micro came in real dip 40. Yeah, no, I get it. I know what it was. I mean, roughly, but yeah, it's but I'm saying the concept of the hardware to like give you the nostalgia, you're not gonna have the nostalgia for it because you had the incentive to learn to use that stuff back then. You never will ever. That actually is, yeah. This is why they fail. It's the same concept we were having about why or how you learn a programming language. You have to have a reason to learn a programming language. So you get some new weird piece of hardware specifically designed with a weird programming language and no reason to use it because you're not going to write your own games because that's hard. Okay, as we're demonstrating. What have we done? We've added a ship. That's it. Helps that I'm like, or it doesn't help that I'm yakking a whole bunch, but like game development's hard. Okay, so you're not gonna make a game, and then you don't have a reason to like write your own operating system or something. So like, just yeah, the fantasy hardware consoles are always gonna fail. Pico 8 works because it's easy to distribute your game and you know that there's a lot of audience because it's software. Everyone has it. It's not like some crazy expensive thing. Now, if you like that stuff, that's no offense. Like, it is a thing where it can be fun to get a piece of weird hardware you don't understand, learn how to use it, and write software, but it's never going to be mainstream. That's the only thing that I'm trying to say. So, I mean, it's not about nostalgia, it's about reimagining from the ground up. I get that, but I'm just saying it's always going to be super duper hyper niche. Like, you're going to have a dedicated fan base of like 30 people. Can imagine a fake retro computer that may take off? It's not going to happen. 100% compatible with enhancements over the real version, they exist. And the fact that you don't know about them is the answer of why. The new XT for PCs. There's the like all new FPGA version of the Commodore 64 you can get. There's just yeah, it's not gonna happen. Are you just summing up your channel now? See, weird hardware that's hard to write software for but will never be mainstream. Yamaha DX7. What do you mean Yamaha DX7? That's a keyboard. We'll go to Spectrum Next. Yeah, see Spectrum Next? That's a really good example too. Because that one's baiting you with nostalgia. It's hardware. You don't write software for it though. It doesn't live or die based on software. Excuse me. All right, why is this paint on background not working? I really was hoping paint on background or sprite draw on background. I was really hoping that would work. Background layer, sprite palette pointer. was on the waiting list for the Mr. FPGA. They never got back to you. Well, I'm a little surprised by that. Well, the Mega 65. I mean, that one's kind of the Mega 65. If I remember correctly, what that is gets a pass because it is a recreation of a computer that was never actually made but was designed. I'll give that one a pass because that one's like no one has nostalgia for that, but they might have nostalgia for the idea of it. That's a little different. Let's see, guess okay. Um, yeah. So sprite draw and background. How do we use this? I did two was the alternate already, Ben. Um, we were trying to draw it on three initially. Let's get this back to two here. Let's try this. Um, let's get rid of background slide and then do it because that will eliminate redrawing the background. Yeah, that still didn't work. Why is the player ship showing up on there in the background memory? Oh, because this is uninitialized. That's why. Yeah, this is all random garbage, I think. Um, let's double check. Is the map slide initialize stars map background? Yeah, I think the initial background is not properly initialized, and that's the problem. Enemy update. I think we do an initialization somewhere here. This is we just copy. That's not useful. Um, stars map. Yeah, that's like only 4 bytes, isn't it? Why am I doing that? Stars tiles, stars map. Yeah, so I'm reading garbage into memory for that. Well, that's not helping, but it's not. That's not the problem. How about MSX creating a basic program? I mean, well, MSX is not a fictitious computer, so don't think you can draw sprites with background directly. Then, well, that's what I'm thinking the function is, though. You know, is this second enemy sprite? No, no, that's the tail of the ship. It curves over. It's not that. It's not the enemy. I agree. It seems weird to be able to draw the enemy sprite on the background. It seems weird. It just would have been super duper handy. I'm just concerned about how many sprites we're going to be able to have. And if we have to use a bunch of hardware sprites, I don't know if we're going to do it. I offset it. It's so this is the position of the second one. That is where it should be. The problem is it's not painting the first one, which should be right there. Hmm. You know, there is a thing that we didn't try, related to what you were asking about there, Ben. Let's paint them to 4. Draw a sprite on background 4. I think the higher the number is, the higher up in the draw order it is. I can't remember. But if it can only draw to a blank background, that could be it. No, that didn't do it. How do I draw the sprite onto the background? Philip, I just saw the image you posted in Discord. I'm gonna guess it's like a Chat GPT or Chat GPT. I don't know, whatever AI nonsense of it, but yeah, that kind of thing. Hmm. Hardware can't handle uh, blitting. Splitting. Oh, is that splitting basically what I want to do? Where it'll draw the same. Ooh, actually, we could do an Atari 2600 style. Yeah, I think we do an Atari 2600 cycle or style. So we have to figure out what the maximum number of sprites we can draw is. All right. And then what happens is we just don't draw them all every frame. We'll have a rolling counter that says, hey, draw all these ones this frame. Um, and then uh, there'll be some that are flickering because we'll have to roll through. But yeah, we could do that. Yeah, it's supposed to be that industrious stamp, but we have different restrictions using the e-reader. It's weirder, and it's not as well understood. Let me show you this. So, um, keep in mind here, okay? This sprite and this sprite are using the exact same palette, okay? We only have one sprite palette. We're sharing it between these. But if we go to game state views and view palette, oh, they are using, it is only loaded once. Oh, really? Last time I did that, I swear it didn't do that. I thought it reloaded this every time. Well, in that case, we might get all 128. We might be okay then. And if it's few enough, it might be fine. And then really screen. That's a horrifying thought that I love, Adrian. That's awful. I love it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we'll give this a shot. I didn't know it was only loading it once. So last time I tried this, I swear it loaded the exact same sprite array multiple times, or a palette array multiple times, one for each sprite. But if it's not, then we might be able to get away with this. Point, my guess is that the drawn background call is just setting the sprite's priority. So which layer? Oh, that would make sense, Ben. That would make a lot of sense. Great. Now you just gave me new ideas. Now I want like foreground objects that you go past as you fly around. Thanks. That would be awesome. No, keep it to the scope. All right, let's try making an array of sprites. Why not? And then seeing if we only use one palette. We're going to eat dinner in penance. Okay. Sprite. We're gonna make this enemy max. Here we go. Yay! An array of sprites. Rip RAM. Okay, we got plenty of RAM. There's so much RAM. Okay. And then for this, we're gonna do enemy update. H enemy light. I. We're golden. Right? That's how I did this. H enemy. Wait, where did I wait? Oh, I did H player. Idiot. No, this here. Okay. And then down here, we're just going to not set a sprite position. Boop. Whatever happens, happens. Okay, let's run it. Go. What do you mean, error? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's very fair. You know what, let me just grab this really quick. For enemy live. Oh, wait, no, we need to do this as max, and then I need to set the positions off screen. Oh, man. Now we have to actually initialize a full array of sprites. Oh, I'm lazy. We're setting sprite max to 2. I'll fix this later. I just want to get 2 sprites on screen right now. Sprite max, enemy max 2. Sure. Okay. Then we're good. Here, 0, and then 1. I typed O because I'm an idiot. 0. So we're going to finish this weekend due to scope creep? No, the scope creep has not changed. The technical implementation has changed. That's all. I thought I was going to get to do it a lame way, and now I have to do it maybe a better way, but I didn't know I could do it the better way. The better way would be really cool if we can do it, okay? Trust me, I want to do it the better way. Okay, palette. I want that up because I want to see what it does as we run things. Okay, fine. Why? Remember, variables declared in the global scope like that be allocated statically so they count towards your some byte limit. Oh, wait, really? Weird. Okay, we won't. Huh. Really? I didn't know that. That sucks. Even if they're not set, it's gonna. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way that's gonna consume binary space. Update the enemy drawing code. Enemy sprite. I thought I did. Yeah, right there. I did. I think that's the only place it's there. Oh, hey, look, that one's not. But I was reading, not writing. I don't think that would have caused an issue. Although it would have tried to read random memory as a sprite, so... Okay, there we go. Hey, look, it works! Yay! Okay, woo! All right. All right, I'm satisfied with that. Now, ones that have initializers definitely consume space. Ones that don't, so default 0 go in BSS probably don't consume space. Okay, that's perfect. That's fine. All right. I'm satisfied with this. Now we need to work on collisions. So I think what we're going to do is... Man, how do we want to do this? What are you up to in size of terms of compiled app size? So we're still at 1 strip, so we can see that. Our actual build file, the VPK is 1.4K. So we have, there's like a minimum. I don't think I've ever seen it smaller than 1K. Like if we go to the Flash Read Write project here, this is a very short C file. There is not a lot going on in that. And the build file is, it's 526 bytes. Whoa. Okay, so we're using about a K total. So that's probably about as small as it gets realistically. So we're adding to the size. We have a lot of graphics loaded in. So our code is probably really insubstantial, but we've got a lot of graphics in there right now. So find out there's a bright spot and use surface when the screen is all black. That sucks. Limited to 2,000 bytes per card. Well, actually per strip. So it's going to be 4K-ish per card. And I would like to keep it to let me phrase it this way. I will do a maximum of 3 cards. My goal is 1. I would love to make it 1 because that would be cool. I will allow 2. 3, you're going to see me. 3, I'm going to be real itchy about. Okay, I don't want to do 3. I want to. 2 would be okay. 1 is preferable. But oh yeah, so we can have 12 strips max. So 24K. Man, how could I? That was just by 2. Come on, the math isn't that hard. Sorry, I missed first 2 hours. Not a problem. Didn't realize you're going to extend over multiple strips cards. Yes, 5 is right out. Yes, you are correct, Ben. No way. No 5. Not happening with 5. Okay. We have the sprites drawing. Okay, so collisions. Um, we can do a collision right now by killing the player, so we can test that. So, how? Trying to think about how I want to do this. So, do we? This is where we get into the complicated relationship of the player and everything else in the game world. I think, but the rendering locations need to be weird. That vertical offset thing is really going to make stuff difficult. I kind of just need to stand for a little bit, so I'm just going to do that. John says you can write a program with 12 strips. You can read, which can read unlimited strips. You can temporarily read it. So it's pesky players. Well, okay, let me explain the problem here. So let's run MGBA. Okay. So the X and Y position of the player is directly related to where they are on the screen. Okay? So is the position of the enemies. But you'll see now when I move up and down, the enemies move opposite to me because I'm also shifting the entire background and map up and down because I think that will add a really cool dynamic element to the game that'll make it more fun. I think that needs to be there. But it means that the real position of the enemies is technically more than the player can be. I'm wondering if maybe I should give the player an XY position that's equivalent to the top and bottom of it, and then maybe come up with a concept of shifting the view of the world. Side card 219, side B strip 1 now. Oh gosh. I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna put the strips on both sides. I really want to do it the official like 1 key art on the background side. I think that would be more fun for this. I think Atari games for 4,096 bytes. So you have the potential of creating something pretty cool with up to 24K bytes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, no, definitely, it's enough space to make an interesting game. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. It's very tiny compared to a GBA game. But yeah, it'll work. Oh man, could I do collision in this amount of time? Okay, let me think about how the two should relate. So let's say we treat the X and Y positions of the enemies, all entities. Let's say all entities. Okay, that includes projectiles, the ship, or the projectiles, the enemies, and the boss. All right, as starting at 0 at the top of the background. So if we're up here, and if my player ship was an enemy, that would be at Y0. Okay, as it moves down, it will be at Y like 176, if I remember correctly. If technically there would be at Y 2 or 160 because there are 2 extra tiles and my ship is 2 tiles tall. So let's say it's 0 there, and then we offset the position of them. So we treat the XY there of the enemies as they're literally there, and then we offset their position as to show them or not. Okay, so we leave the code as is. Okay, basically we leave the code exactly as it is. All right. Anytime we calculate collisions with the player specifically, so like there's two conditions: player can hit an enemy, player can hit a projectile from an enemy. Anytime the player collisions are calculated, the player needs to be offset relative to the game world, is what it is. Yeah. So we have PX and PY for the player position. And PY is going to need modified to have the vertical offset added or subtracted. I don't remember which it is. Yeah. Plus, you have all the e-reader API functions help as well. So lots of room. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really liking where we're at. I would like to get collision done. I want to get collision implemented so that we run into them, we die, and I'm just going to delete the sprite for dying. And then I want to print it and actually run it on the real hardware. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to kill this, make clean. All right. Why did make clean not work? Oh, because I misspelled it, clean. All right. And then I'm going to get status. I think the only thing that's not added, no, we need to add the TGAs, and then the .GBA is already ignored. Okay, get add dot get status. Perfect. Get commit dash m. Oh my gosh, type player movement in enemy positioning. I kind of want to just commit this in case I need to like go back and I want to print that version. It's one of the things I don't know if I mentioned. I want to print one of these out every day for where we end at, so that I have like a physical record so I can go slide the cards to go back through the betas. I think that would be funny. Okay. See, and you can scan extra cards, power up your ship with extra bosses that need particular cards to get past. I kind of, you know what? Actually, it'd be kind of cool. Dang it, I don't want that. I want a cheat card. I want a cheat card. Like you hold a combination of keys. I was already planning on adding cheat codes at somehow because I think cheat codes are amazing and they need to be in every game. But a cheat card, like you hold down a button and it opens up the scan card making, you slide it, and then your ship like can ultra fire from the start. Oh man, that'd be hilarious. Okay, let's work on collisions. Okay, so we're gonna have the light enemy hitbox. Okay, so define E light hit X. All right. And this is from the center. Collision is going to be really hard. I'm wondering maybe we should just print this now. Maybe I save this bitmap here. Make. Just go ahead and copy that. Send it on over to Windows where I have to print from. Probably just print this one later. Pictures, paste. Why did that not work? Get, not trash, get. Your dev projects. Robo run. Yoink. Could not write? What? Man, I can't write. Boo. Windows sucks. Boo. Eh? Why can't I write? Oh, I bet it hibernated or something stupid like that, and it can't be written to. Fine. Try remounting it here really quick. Yeah, I have written to it before. I bet it didn't fully shut down. I bet that's a problem. Stupid Windows. Well, I can grab it from Windows. I'll just put it there. Okay. Collision. Oh man. Okay. So there's two ways we can do collision. All right, that kind of makes sense. We could calculate the distance between 2 points, and we could calculate it based on the x and y, and then add the dimensions for the two sprites, because our hitboxes are going to be boxes. No Linux printing. Linux printing does not work. We're going to give it 18 minutes, and then we're going to switch to print. We're going to just reboot and print. There's no way we're getting this done. Okay. Initially, what I wanted to do was do line crossing. So you have a hitbox. There's an API for. Is there? Oh, if there's an API for that, then we're probably just going to do it that way. Um, so let me, while I'm looking for this, because yeah, if that exists, that probably just makes sense to use that then, because that will probably be way faster. Does it not have an API for collecting sprite collisions? I don't know. I mean, it would be kind of awesome because it could probably do that all in hardware. Is sound playing? Custom, load background. Uses Schwartz death blossom card for cheats? Yeah. Okay. Sprite free, set sprite position, sprite frame next, sprite frame previous, set sprite frame, okay. Sprite, sprite show, sprite hide, sprite mirror toggle, get position. See Discord, okay. Calc distance between 2 points. Okay. Fancy. Okay, this is a new one. Returns a U16 of distance. Ooh, is a X5. Did X5 always return a U16? Or do you just recast it as that? Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay, we'll chuck this here. Okay, calc distance between 2 points. Real quick, let me just explain the other way you can do collision checking. Box has 4 vertices, all right? There is a mathematical expression formula that you can use to check if 2 lines intersect, all right? That's another way that you can do it. Yeah. So what we'll just do, we'll just say if the distance between the 2 sprites, we're going to do this the like lamest possible way. We're going to say the distance between the 2 sprites is equal to the height of the player. So the nose of the player ship will technically be able to touch them. The height of the player plus the height of the enemy one. So yeah, we'll just do that. AABB collisions? I don't know what that is. Distance formula is going to be slow in the GBA. Well, I don't know, because I don't know how this works, which is why I think it's interesting to try it. So we'll do collision detection by pushing the player back. That'll be our test. Okay. So let's do a static inline void, because you guys love it when I do that. So we'll do player hit detect. All right. And it's going to be for every enemy that's alive currently. All right. Calc distance between 2 points. Okay. If. Oh, this is going to be terrible. If this with that. Okay, we're just gonna get all that stuff down there first. And then we will go here. Yeah, that is less than. The player ship is 16 above center. And no, it's 8 above center. It's 16 total. It's 2 tiles tall. So 8 plus 8. So it's 16. If it's less than 16, then they have collided. Okay. So we're going to do enemy live. No, we're going to do this. Enemy X. Actually, let's do it this way. Enemy X, enemy Y, and then PX, PY. PX, PY. Okay. When that happens, then we set the player position to the center of the screen. Actually, let's set X at 10. Wait, no, we got to actually set PX and PY. Or else it doesn't work. PX equals 10. That'll work. Okay, this may do collision detection. What do you mean error? Oh, also we should call the function. This works. This is going to be the lamest and best collision detection ever. Oh, wait. There's 4. There's 4. What's it cranky about? If expected thing. Okay, hold on. Where was it? It's long. Calculate distance between points. Okay, so we have this, and we have this. What's your complaint? Before PX. Oh, boom. Back. Do we have a GBA reader killer app yet? Yeah, really. What's it complaining about? Wait, there's only warnings. Elf has undefined reference to. Oh, save. Bow. Make clean. Let's actually run the full deal. There we go. Okay. Ooh, this could be interesting. Will this do collision? Okay. And. No way! Dude, it totally works. Are you kidding? That was a cakewalk. That's awesome. Okay. Deal. It's whipping me around because the ship's too long and there's one frame where it's technically out of bounds. Oh, that's so awesome. Okay, we have collision because we can go here and then down. Oh, man, that's nice. That's so nice. Okay. Wow. All right, let's print it. I want to print it. That's brilliant. You know what? We can also just hide. Well, you know what? Let's hide sprite. If you touch it, let's hide sprite instead of move it. And then that's it. You can die. That's there. You can die in this version. Sprite hide. Okay. No explosion. Nope. You go out with a whimper, not a bang. Okay. Go here. Set sprite position. No, we're set hide sprite. This is hilarious. Okay, I love this. Oh my gosh, we're gonna make a game. This is amazing. Dude, I'm excited. Are stars randomly generated? Yes. They will eventually be randomly generated based on a seed. There will be a seed that you enter and it will determine enemy spawns, some floors and ceilings that come in to create a channel for you to fly through. It's going to be a fully procedurally generated game. Okay, here we go. Boom. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. All right. Okay. This rocks. Okay, I'm excited. We can't win, but we can lose right now. And I call that a win. Okay. That's fantastic. Okay. we're gonna reboot to Windows and we're gonna print this, okay? So, let me bring this back. Git commit dash a player collision detection added. Boom, git push. Dude, that's amazing. Still all in one card. Still just one card. We are at 1.5K. So, Paul Guy, we were about to print with the Dymo printer, but we have to do it from Windows. We can't do it on Linux. So, give me 1 second here while I reboot to Windows. And then we're going to pull out the file and we'll print that. So, restarting. It's called Duck Hunt 3000, yeah. Current gameplay mechanic, don't touch the duck. Oh, I'm really excited. This is actually gonna work. Okay. Ooh. This is slightly farther than I expected we would get today. I'd kind of hoped that we would get to this exact point, although I thought we were going to do a projectile shooting from the player, but this is kind of the same code, the same logic, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, ooh, this is awesome. This is nice. Ooh, okay. So for when we get to projectiles, the way that we'll do it from a projectile orientation. And then it'll be when the projectile gets within a certain distance of any ship, it's considered blown up. And we'll make it like 8 pixels because everything is at least as big as one tile. So yeah, that should work. So this is going to be good. This is going to be very good. I think projectiles will always need to be faster than the player ship for what they shoot. Yeah, that just makes sense. You can't outrun your own bullets. So, because what I think I'm going to make it so that player projectiles could kill the player, so I can be really lazy with the coding. Because then all projectiles will be created equal. It's just player projectiles won't be going the direction towards the player. Game dodge the enemy or you will die. Yes. All right. Oh, I'm excited. I am so excited. All right, booting to Windows. How much free space do we have left? For 2 cards, which is where I would really like to be, we have we're less than 25%. So, hi, I am talking right now while things happen and la la la. Okay, there we go. Bring this back. Okay, look, hey, it's Windows, everyone's favorite, yay. And my multi-link key mouse just became helpful. The screens aren't mirrored. What? Display settings, hold on. It's mirroring, duplicate. Oh, these settings are terrible. You know, I'm just gonna unplug the that. There. Problem solved. Okay. We're gonna run the e-reader printer program, and I'm actually just gonna grab this really quick. Open a new window. See, why not use the Surface for the Dymo? Because the Surface is used at home to watch videos. Literally, I'm not kidding. I'm using it as a media player. I use it very often. It's very, very nice to have it. This and the Surface don't share any utility with each other, so it's completely different. E-reader dev, projects, robo run, and here's our strip. Okay. Let's print this thing. Turn it on. The Dymo label maker. I should put the labels in. Like feed it a label maybe. That would be a good idea. Here's label. Om nom nom. Labeled tasty. Okay. Whoa. Did I load the Dymo software? Oh, it's because I turned it on, isn't it? I don't want your help, Dymo. Go away. Close. No. Go away. Okay. It's 550. Dot code bottom is this. Robo run 20. Oh, hold on. 2024-03-23. Okay. That's where we're at. And, oh, hold on. Let's switch over to here. Windows VM's dedicated print system? Maybe. Big trick, draw very few slow-moving star sprites in the background for depth. So, Schmide, I am planning on doing something like that, but it's going to be different. So there will be parallax. Don't worry. I very much want parallax. So I guess Dymo is good at printing dot codes because that's kind of its job, because it's exactly 300 DPI. That's why. And print. Oh, I love this thing. All right, here we go. We're about to run the code we worked on today on real hardware. You guys ready? So I've been, when I'm not using them, Hellencroft, I'll just mention this really quick because I'm about to do this. I've been rolling them back like that. So that's probably what you mean. All right, so let's fire it up. All right, we got Robo Run, scan. What do you mean read error? Boo. Oh, that's the first time it hasn't worked. Did print slightly crooked. One moment. Oh, you know what? I didn't set the print settings. That's on me. I bet it's going to be text mode here. Okay, my fault. My bad. I did not set it to graphics mode. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, okay. So, properties. It's not the address label. There's a couple of things that are not correct here. Advanced. Okay. This is the 323 shipping label, print quality, barcodes and graphics. Everything else stays the same. Okay. 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 And now we will print. Set the defaults in some or another? I mean, we could do that. Okay. What do you mean read error? Now it should be perfect. Hold on. Maybe I just like jittery. Dude, what? Come on, man. This works. I know this works. That looks mostly fantastic. All right, come on. What's going on? Slide it the other way. Did I do it upside down? Dude. You know what? Let's sanity check. Does this thing even work? I not only have known working images, I have known working ones I printed. Yeah, that's my print. That's that thing. Yeah, it will not work upside down. I mean, I didn't rotate the image, so I think it should be fine. It looks great on the magnifier. I'm going to print it one more time And I'm going to set the darkness to be lower, I guess, maybe. Advanced. Printing mode. Half toning, media type, print density, medium. I'm going to try that. I don't know what that actually does, but we're going to try that. All right. Print. So it's doing its thing over there. Doesn't really look any different. Aha! There we go. Okay, so print density medium. Dude, it's on real hardware. Oh my gosh, it's on real hardware. Oh, that's so ridiculously cool. And we can go die. Boop.
Ultimate says CHGER 100 now is playing. Books. End of line.
All right, I'm going to set the bad ones off to the side. Yeah, we'll set a default printer thing. Properties, advanced. How do I set a default? I don't know. Um, yeah, back to here. Take that R type. Yeah. Oh man. So technically, you can see that the enemies will still move up and down because I still exist. Oh, the stars moving up and down is a really good effect. I really like that. Set the default in control panel. Okay, we will do that before we end stream. We have a little bit of time, and I would like to do that. Oh, dude. That's awesome. Okay, so I literally have to turn this off and on again because I didn't code in a button to restart it. So, scan real hardware. That's what makes this so awesome. Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. So yeah, there is today's work, totally functional. Can we switch to Tuxedo for Cobra Shake? Let's make this fire. Oh my gosh. No. Oh man, that's awesome. This is gonna be cool. This is gonna be really cool. There needs to be a decoration layer that has like asteroids and stuff going along in the background. That I was gonna call that a bonus thing. I think it's a requirement. We need a decoration layer. Oh, that's so ridiculously cool. Dude, I'm so happy. Okay. All right. Um let's define our print settings and we're going to wrap this up. Okay. Do it in control panel. This one gets put in the book, by the way. That one's a keeper. Okay. Control panel. Run. I'm trying to do the alt drag, but this isn't Linux. Control panel. All right. See, next time just pull on the paper and hit on the table. Works every time. Oh, gosh. Okay. Printers. Oh, that opens boring windows. Okay. Dymo. All right. So printer properties. How do I do this? Preferences. Is whatever I set here the default? Is that how this works? So not that one. That one. All right. Print quality, barcodes, print density, medium. So I assume this is defaults. So we save this. Boom. There's the held option. To use Windows, the Dymo. The Dymo is held hostage to Windows. Yes, that is how this works. Preferences. Wait, that didn't update. 232. Okay, weird. I'm just gonna assume that that's just because the dialogue was open already. Okay. Properties. Weird. I don't know. Barcodes, graphics, medium. Okay, well, we'll go with that. We'll check it next time too, just to be sure. But all right, that should work. That's awesome. I'm really excited. Okay. So we got the code committed to GitHub, so that's good. We got a paper copy printed out. Dude, we did collision today. I really didn't think we were going to get to collision. That's amazing. I'm just shocked. That was really good progress. Um, I'm really disappointed in the responsiveness of MGBA with the DS5 though. It's probably because it's like Bluetooth or whatever nonsense. So yeah. But all right. So tomorrow we are continuing this. Okay. Tomorrow we have a couple of we're continuing it, so we have plenty more objectives to hit. The first thing we'll be doing tomorrow is projectiles. So we need to be able to shoot the enemies. Then we can win in the state that we're currently in. After that, we're going to do enemy paths, and you'll see how that works. I have a really cool plan for that, I think. So I think you'll like seeing that. Um, so we'll be doing that. I might be able to make the paths dynamic, but that's not currently the objective. We'll just see how easy that ends up working out. Well, the paths are going to be somewhat dynamic because they'll be mirrored across the y-axis from the center, but we'll see how that goes. So once we get projectiles working and enemy pathing working, then we can start on spawns. Enemies spawning as you go through. And then we're into the point where we're actually doing level design, which is going to be really cool. So, yeah. And game reset, yeah, that's probably smart. Game reset would be a good idea. So I guess we are at the end point here. We got 2 minutes left, but yeah, any more and I'd just be sitting here rambling. So yeah, on that, those of you who know will know. I saw a Nash Rambler on the drive here today, and I was like, whoa, that's an odd one. But you know, since we live on the third rock, it makes sense. You'd see one here. So see, it's been a great journey so far. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Easter egg needed. I mean, isn't the whole thing itself an Easter egg? I mean, really? But yeah. I'm really happy with the progress here. So let's see. I'm just catching up here. Let's see. We still need a score counter. Oh, there's plenty of things that we need to add still. Loads and loads of things. I'm really there. So other concepts that we have. Okay. I'll explain while we're talking here because I'm doing a thing. One of the things that I'm going to be implementing is for shooting. You'll start out with manual fire. Like you have to press once. It's actually going to be the trigger. You'll press once every time to shoot. Okay. But there's going to be a cooldown. So there'll be a bar at the bottom that starts out full, and every time you shoot, it cuts off a little bit of the bar, but then it slowly regenerates back as it cools back down. So you're going to start off shooting manually every time. You'll unlock the ability after you get a power up for it to hold the button and have it auto fire. All right. So we're going to need a UI element for the cooldown for shooting. Again, enemies are going to work the exact same way, except their shots are always going to completely deplete their cooldown meter. So that's how that's going to work. But the other trigger, if you hold, it'll charge up from the bottom of the cooldown. And if you have a full cooldown meter, it'll then, once it fully charges up, it'll fire a continuous laser that'll run throughout your entire cooldown to allow you to hit things. And the idea is when you get to the heavy ships, they'll fire their laser because they're going to have that same attack. And then you'll charge yours while they're doing it. And then once their laser stops firing, you move into where that was, release yours, then you'll fire a laser back. So the idea is to have a couple of mechanics in there to make it more engaging. And I think that's one that would allow you to have some strategy with how you do it. So I think that would be really cool. But again, the idea is we have to do these one at a time. So we're going to start out with just regular projectiles. I'm not even really sure how I'm going to do the lasers yet. Like, the lasers may also end up being like just a really big projectile. I don't know, because doing like a long line of stuff across the screen may not be super easy. But it would also be a fixed number of sprites. Well, I don't know. We have to figure out how that's going to work. See, how can you see an enemy laser is about to happen? So there'll be a probably a dedicated charge animation that like it frizzles in front of the ship. So isn't there a line draw, but only on regions, and we can't have a region that's the whole screen. That's the problem with that. If we could line draw on the entire frame buffer, that would be fine, but we can't declare a region that's the size of the entire frame. So, and we can't move or clear regions either, else so that I would just position a region there to begin with. Also, we want it to be a sprite, by the way, because a sprite lets us do a really cool thing. The sprite for the laser beam is going to be a gradient. So it's going to gradient out from the center, which will let it fade in, because I'll be able to do a palette animation to have it start out narrow, and then each pixel going out will be moved from transparent to the color beside it, and then there'll be brighter colors in the middle. So it'll be able to fade in and then fade out like it's a kind of thing. So I think that'll make it really cool. So we want it to be sprites. So yeah, there's ideas. But first, projectiles, then enemy spawns, or pathing, then enemy spawns. And from there, we have a little bit more freedom. I think after that, I'll want to implement the tunnel, which will make sense. But I don't know that we'll get to the tunnel tomorrow. We'll see. Anyway, I released a video. Time to run the outro for the stream here. Oh, I can't control the server from my laptop because it's not running Linux with no machine. Okay. Premise of your game sounds pretty cool. I'm excited for you. Well, thank you. It's not even meant to be a good game. It's just meant to be an acceptable game that happens to run on the e-reader. But if I'm gonna sell the cards, which is a goal, just because I want them to exist in the world, it needs to be a somewhat reasonable game. So I'm trying to make it not terrible. So, but all right. Yeah, for those of you who want to go watch a video, good chance you've already seen all of it, because it's the edited version of the Visual 200 Terminal Restoration Part 1. We'll finish it eventually, but yeah, for now, that's it. So, okay, I'm gonna run the outro again. I'm curious if oops, I clicked it, so I guess we're doing it. I'm curious if this does the bad end, because so we did this outro yesterday. This is a new way of doing this because it automatically ends the stream for me once I show the printer, which is really nice. But it apparently doesn't send the stream over flag to Twitch, and then it does the head and hands thing for a few seconds until it decides to give up. So we'll see what happens. So yeah, said there would be cake. Yeah. Do you get the cat? I mean, the cat lives at home with me. I mean, I get the cat every day. Cat's going to be very excited to see me, so it can be fed when I get home. So, all right. But that is it for today. So we did it. That is camera's off. Here, Homebrew game development has officially started. I'm super duper looking forward to making this work and making something hopefully actually fun out of it. The software is open source already, and it's going to stay open source. So you'll always be able to download this and try it for yourself with the emulator if you want. But yeah, I'm really hoping to make this something special and actually produce real cards. So if you guys enjoyed this process so far, we will be continuing it tomorrow. But you may want to to follow me to be notified when that happens. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But for now, that's it, and I will see you next time. I am no longer able to just press one button to do this. I gotta find the actual printout button. Here we go. Okay. See you later.